Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is it's been quite some time. Here, let me check my a year. Sebastian,
Been a year.
it's been a year. Crap.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's fine. We're this we haven't been working on the project that long. Let me just check my kit. So for those of you
Years
that are unaware,
pass, seasons change, and Elder Scrolls 7, Elder Scrolls 6, not 7, is
Elder
still going to
Scrolls
take a while.
Elder Scrolls 6 thankfully is going to still take a while because we are nowhere near fully complete for this project. However, for those of you that are unfamiliar and have not seen the previous developer diary where we covered the Empire of Cyrodiil, hello. My name is the Royalist Rook, and this is Sebastian Strong, and we are back for our second developer diary, which is going to be much larger and much longer-winded, I would take it. This is actually the second anniversary of us working on the project. We're recording this live in our Discord server. People may be joining or leaving the chat as we go along. But if you have not seen that we have a Discord server, it will be linked in the description below, so you can go ahead and join and chat with us live. Sebastian and I are available at many hours of the day hours that are not required for sleeping. And we can freely talk about anything. Sebastian knows me. I am a supreme egotist. So if anybody has any questions about the project, I will unabashedly answer as honestly as I can because we've been working on this project for literal years now. Um, we are very proud of what we've done, and as such, we are going to advertise it as best we can. Isn't that right, Sebastian?
That is going to be right. Yeah, that is an open invitation for everyone who is into the Elder Scrolls, into the project. Hit us up. We're always here. We're always here to talk. We're always here to answer questions. We've been stewing in this passion for the Elder Scrolls and for working on the mod for a very, very long time. It's what our friendship was founded on, and we've maintained that friendship, but we've also maintained all of that passion for the Elder Scrolls. Rook's the supreme egotist. I've achieved Chim. You can always ask us a bunch of nonsense about the Elder Scrolls, and we'll always be prepared to talk about it, especially as it pertains to the project, because this is stuff that we've adored working on. I've loved working on the project as an independent voice actor, as someone who loves the Elder Scrolls and the games, and got into it um, very young, not as young as Rook, I think, but decently young, and I've fallen so much in love with the world, both as a voice actor who loves fantasy characters and stuff like that, but also as a writer, as a someone who's been getting to exercise a lot of their creative and game design ideas in a very practical way. Working on the mod, I couldn't ask for a better environment for it. So we've developed a lot in our hours of research and our months and years of talking to each other about this fantasy source, what we believe to be one of the greatest fantasy worlds of all time, and we're happy to bring it to you guys, as fellow fans, and we hope that it brings you the same excitement that it brings us when we talk about our plans for the future.
Absolutely. And hey, this is one of the benefits of joining us here in the Discord. One of our users has just asked, is there any progress on the project outside of the concept department? And this gives me an excellent way to talk about our plans for the open beta. So as you guys understand, this is my first development project and Sebastian's first development project. We have no prior experience when modding Medieval 2. We are in the circles talking about Medieval 2. If any of you are familiar with the primary Medieval 2 modding Discord, we are in there. We're asking questions. We're getting things done with that. But neither of us have any experience as far as actually modding the game, and we're going to be putting more effort into that when we're closer to launching for the open beta itself, because the open beta is going to be very open and shut. As for those of you that have modded the game, changing the stats and general characteristics of individual units is relatively easy, and assigning them to buildings is easy. I know I'm oversimplifying, but simply like changing a unit's attack stat or changing the weapon they use is relatively simple, and that's basically what the beta is going to be. We're going to move models around, we're going to move weapons around, we're going to change the stats, change the descriptions. That's basically what the beta is going to be, because as of now, we do not have a 2D artist, a modeler, we do not really have anyone that with that level of experience that we would need for making new models or editing battle maps. I don't even think Divide and Conquer has a map creator. So that's the point, is we are a two-man team of amateurs. I will say we are rank amateurs. So we are just going to be completely honest. We don't want to like finagle you like, oh yes, the open beta will have new models. But there will be new scripts, completely revamped rosters. Every ancillary and trait in the game will be completely different. They will either be updated, buffed, or have their like general descriptor or philosophy changed. We are going to be making a lot of changes, but they will not usually be on the visual side because we simply don't have the expertise for that. If you're interested, then please join the Discord or comment on the video or contact us on ModDB. Be more than happy to donate any take any donations. I will say, for those of you familiar with Eru Iluvatar, who is involved with the EUR project, a submod for Divide and Conquer, he has reached out and said, hey, if there's any advice you guys would like, I'd be happy to offer. I'm not, Eru, if you're listening to this, I'm not telling you have to work for us. I'm saying, hey, thank you very much for reaching out, and we will make use of your expertise. I've messed with the map editor enough to know a little bit of what I'm doing. There will be changes. They just will take some time, because this is our first real public effort with this. We did just open the Discord server not too long ago. So we're excited to move forward. We're excited to sort of gather a team, but as far as like what we have actually done, as far as real progress with coding files, Sebastian and I have on purpose kept this to the conceptual stage, but our concepts are hammered out, they're updated, and as soon as we have the expertise, we'll be ready to plug this in, and the open beta should be ready in a matter of days, and I would give it a couple of weeks for bug testing just to make sure it works. But once the beta is done, boom, it's open for everybody to play through and test out.
Yeah, pretty much we approach this with the philosophy of let's not expand into too many things. Let's keep with what we know, and what we know is doing very well in the concept stage and really hammering out the details and the idea of what's going to appeal to players, what do our prospective players deserve, and as a player, what do we want, especially as fans of Elder Scrolls. So we realize that we have a lot of investment and a lot more potential expertise in the conceptual stage when it comes to character design, lore writing, scripting, stuff like that. And so that's been a bulk of what we do, but it's been a great bulk of what we do because we decide, hey, let's double down on it. Let's make sure that all of our bases in that area are as covered as possible. Let's make this really fleshed out before we start converting, because I think going into it half done is going to make us have to retrace our steps a lot. So we were like, hey, let's divest as much of our potential into this right now and make sure that it's close to the best thing that we can make it before the transferring stage happens. And when that happens, obviously, it's a lot that we're going to have to learn, and it's a lot that's going to have to come out, but it'll be fun nonetheless, and I look forward to it.
Absolutely. And again, for those of you that are familiar with Divide and Conquer and other modding projects, Arden Tiefling is actually sitting in the chat with us right now, and they have been a constant consultant, and they are a dear friend of mine. They've actually been friends with me longer than I've been friends with Sebastian. They are a very good friend of mine, and they have been an excellent consultant about just Med2 in general. And of course, as you guys understand, friends can do anything together and it'll be fun. So Arden has been a wonderful consultant about Med2 in general and how certain things work. Arden has indeed shown me the very cursed things they could do with archer units. Don't worry, we're not going that far. And then before we get into the actual project here today in the developer diary, another question from the live chat. Is there a document for people to look into like how to join so the project isn't so castle in the sky, sort of a fantasy idea that you're only hearing about? Well, you're getting an unedited look at it, and you'll be able to see this through the actual project. In fact, I believe I should be sharing my screen. My apologies for that in the Discord, if you'll give me a moment. But yes,
yeah, and I also want to add on to the second question of what'll be different in the beta to the OG mod or unofficial support mod. That's going to be a big bulk of what we cover right now. So that second question, if you want to stay tuned, we're gonna get into that extensively.
Yes, one of the FAQs in the server when people ask about the unofficial patch, this project has nothing to do with the unofficial patch. It is taking no inspiration from the unofficial patch, and I don't want anything from the unofficial patch to influence anything we do in this mod. Now listen, unofficial patch, it's cool. I played it for a bit. It's great. It's not the direction I want to go. I'm focused on keeping the idea of the original Elder Scrolls Total War, but remastering it in its own way. I know that for those of you, because again, we will refer to Divide and Conquer and Third Age Total War multiple times because Sebastian and I are very familiar with that. But just as Divide and Conquer and Third Age Total War are different projects and people prefer, either variant of them for various reasons, that is the same way that we're looking at here, is that we prefer the original Elder Scrolls Total War to the unofficial patch. It's the one we spent more time in. It's the one that we feel is better adapted to our vision. However, the unofficial patch did great work, and there are a few things that we've looked at and they said, hey, that was a good choice, let's do that. But we are basing all of our decisions based on the Elder Scrolls Total War. This will be completely divorced from the unofficial patch. This will be a remaster for the original Elder Scrolls Total War, which is, the point. And as he said, yes, we are going to... So let's actually cover the groundwork. Now that we've yapped for so long, I feel like my grandfather. All right, now that we've talked for so long, let's go through what we're actually going to talk about. So, Sebastian, would you like to tell everybody what we have planned? Since we covered the Empire of Cyrodiil last time, we decided to make this a more reasonable developer diary and cover something else.
Yeah, absolutely. The Empire of Cyrodiil, which we covered extensively, much to the joy of all of the Empire of Cyrodiil / Oblivion fans, which, I'm glad that I can cater to you guys. But today's live stream notes and today's dev diary notes are going to be we're going to keep it tame, we're going to keep it really restrained and orderly, and it's only about the entirety of the Skyrim Civil War and everything that we're going to do in terms of changes along with live stream and second anniversary questions. It'll be great. But to that point, what we're going to focus on gameplay wise when it comes to the beta is going to be 4th era. That's the era that we're like, hey, it's the most recent, it's the most current, it's the one with I can't say the most fans nowadays because the Elder Scrolls fandom has gotten so widespread in their knowledge, especially following Oblivion Remastered. Oblivion Remastered has come out since we've done that last dev diary. That's crazy. But yeah, so we're sticking to 4th era for now. And when it comes to the 4th era, it's going to be the beta is going to be primarily about the Skyrim Civil War. We're going to cover the factions that are not the Empire of Cyrodiil or the Kingdom of Cyrodiil. We're going to cover the Aldmeri Dominion, everyone's favorite baddies, but also potentially a different faction who live in the same place that the player might make a roleplay choice to take on the campaign as well as the Kingdom of Skyrim. And for clarification, the Kingdom of Skyrim, by that I mean Jarl Elisif and the Loyalist Nords, who are vassals to the Empire, and the Stormcloaks, who are, of course, the Jarl of Windhelm's rebellion forces. And that is going to be what we do alongside the general faction and general game details, our potential changes, and that's going to be Lupus, where we cover what's going to be different from the OG mod in the beta, and general other things that come in from the community. So the second half is going to be the little bit more loose kind of dev diary that we did at first, which is just covering our passionate kind of like lore stuff and community questions and what's going to be fun about the game. And then the first half of this is going to be our discussions on, hey, this is in the beta, this is what the beta is about, let's go through each thing and give you guys an idea of what we've done to make the Skyrim Civil War a really, really central focus in that northern section of the map with a lot of gravitas, and give you guys like a really interesting kind of, immersive strategy experience, but with plenty of role-playing and lore opportunities for all of you, Elder Scrolls heads, and really challenging, or at least engaging battles.
Absolutely. So, as he said, we are going to basically raw read our document here. And the reason we don't have this document out publicly, even on the Discord, is because this is the summation of 3 years of work from my part and 2 years of collaborative work on Sebastian and I's part. That is a combined, by the way. That's not like, hey, I've been working on it for 5 years. No, this is just 3 years of my work and then 2 years of work with Sebastian included in there as my co-developer, who I would be lost without. But we are going to raw read, and then we'll open it up for general questions for anybody else who's joining late, anybody that has anything in general. But the reason we don't put this out there is because this is literally the summation of our work, and we like to drip feed, which, hey, do you want to know about the fully completed Argonian roster and script? Do you want to know about the Vampire Lords of Northpoint, our custom faction for the mod? Do you want to know exactly what thoughts are running through Sebastian's head anytime he lifts weights? Then join the Discord server and ping us relentlessly, and we'll tell you. Just please join the Discord, and we will happily talk to you. Now, getting into the Kingdom of Skyrim. The main goal of the Kingdom of Skyrim will be to stop the Empire, stop the Stormcloaks from getting the recipe to the Empire's pretty damn tasty nachos. If any of you get that reference, I love you, and I am here for you, and you are my kind of people. So, I will simply read verbatim the general philosophy for Skyrim, the Kingdom of Skyrim, the Imperial Loyalists behind Elisif the Fair. Skyrim has always been the nation that fields the heartiest warriors. From the famed soldiers in Ysgramor's retinue to the troops that broke the forces of the High Elves in the Battle of the Red Ring, the Nords of Skyrim are battle masters one and all. This revised roster will attempt to ensure that the Nords always remain one of the best armies in terms of offensive stopping power. The main point of Skyrim will be high morale, high stamina units with a special focus on charge infantry. Professional armies will be discarded in favor of attack strength and resilience, allowing the Nords to outlast almost any foe on the field of battle, running them down long before they themselves tire. Skyrim will also feature one of the rarest and most powerful aspects of any army in the mod: armor piercing missiles. This will only be on a single unit, but much more prevalent in their sister faction, the Stormcloaks, and will offer the Nords some ranged punch to deal with any who think a fancy breastplate will protect them. So, our design idea with the Nordic factions in general is that it's very different to, again, referring back to Dak, it's very different between, like, Sauron's hordes of endless orcs that are more brutal and less skilled, and, the Kingdom of Gondor or other kingdoms of men. In the Elder Scrolls, men are the base tier. It's sort of like Dunmer may be a little weaker than men. Same thing with Bretons. Bretons are a weaker form of men. But as far as power scaling, and this is something we discussed as soon as today, men are the sort of general idea. You have to have like a power scaling of men, and then you have to have a scaling of sub-races of men. And as far as actual capability, the Nords are not the best trained or the most professional, but they are still the best human fighters in Tamriel. They're better than the soldiers from Hammerfell. They're better than the soldiers from High Rock. They're better than the Imperials. Now, the Imperials have the Legion. They are the strongest race of men. But as far as like actual military capability, like fighting, a Nord will beat an Imperial 9 times out of 10 if we go with the classic idea. There are Imperials that are stronger than Nords, but most Nords are stronger than Imperials. That's the idea we've gone for with this. Do you have anything to add, Sebastian?
I want to say, in addition to that, when we say the most powerful in terms of being warriors, we are not discrediting the histories of who the Red Guard and the Yakutans are or the Imperials. What we're saying is, in terms of what makes their militaries great, the Imperials are great, courageous leaders. They're very valorant. And is Valorant Valorous? I don't know. They're excellent commanders. They're the Roman ideal / Byzantine ideal of what makes a great soldier, and it's a great ruler. They're administrators. They're perfect leaders and commanders, and they have great discipline. I said Valorant, then everyone's gonna get on me for that. The Red Guards have immense skill, and we want to make the delineation when it comes to men, the races of men, of what skill is and raw power. The Nords are raw power. The Nords are the true strength build, as it were. You know, if we're going by the idea of Morrowind classes and D&D style stats, they are the jack of all trades with weapons, not because of their skill, but because of their brute strength. They are excellent in axes and blunt in Morrowind, and excellent in one-handed and two-handed by virtue of their fighting culture and their strength in Skyrim. The Red Guards are immensely epic in Longblade because of their heritage, training, and skill. I would say that the Red Guards and the Imperials are perfectly viable. They're perfectly viable fighters. They're perfectly viable soldiers. And we are not discrediting that in the mod. But what we want to convey is the power of men in combat with the Nords. The Nords are the children of the sky. And it's their heritage of excellence in battle and dying in battle. So we want the Nords to be strength, the Imperials to be discipline, and the Red Guards to be skill, to vastly, vastly over-summarize it or oversimplify it.
Absolutely. So there is a lot to cover here. So let's get going. But because this is probably the only time it's going to be mentioned, another question from the chat. There are several questions involved in this one. So Lupus, my apologies if I don't answer all of them. First off, will Cyrodiilic rebels in the Kvatch region, like, they're essentially... He's asking, will there be like a loyalty system? Like, if you don't treat the Empire well, will you have rebels based on the regions for independent Cyrodiil? Not really.
Yeah, like the Baron thing from...
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what he's talking about. But so, no. However, as we've discussed heavily in the developer diary for the Empire, there is a way for you to roleplay more of a barony / earl / great lord of the Empire, where the Emperor has very little hold. You can get special units. Again, we have a 2.5 hour long developer diary that goes into all those details, and you can find that on the same channel that this video will be posted on. We won't go into it here. And then in addition... we're also going to answer the question here. Will the Rimmen, the Men of the Rim, be a faction to join? No. The Rimmen men will be a single army that appears for the Khajiit, and we're not even like fully decided on whether or not to just axe them. Beyond Tamriel will not be an inspiration for factions because I do not know what Beyond Tamriel is. However, we do study the old lore. Everything is open to us, including what Kirkbride has written in his notes that's technically not canon. We look at those. Everything is an inspiration for us, including the Elder Scrolls Online. I need to say that now. We said it last time. I'll say it again. We use the Elder Scrolls Online for inspiration when nothing else serves because it is an Elder Scrolls game. We don't have a choice. If there's nothing, ESO will do.
Yes, and to add on to that question for the joining of the Rim faction and things like that, we'll cover it. We're going to cover it in our balance. And our...
You know what? Let's cover that now because that's more of a general question. Let's cover like the Dawn Guard and the Skull. And did I say Skull? For those of you that
I said Valorant
know me,
earlier, we're gonna make a lot of foibles. That's okay. But yes,
go ahead.
To supplement that question, the Rimmen are one of the many support factions, kind of like the Fighters Guild and other. Oh, God, Arden. We've taken a different ethos when it comes to the minor factions and things like that. We're not eradicating them from the game at all. As of yet, we're just going through the discussion of what to focus on in terms of player experience, and in the current mod as it exists, as we feel, it is way too easy to recruit and supplement and effectively replace armies with minor faction units and things like that. It's not out of the question. It's not out of the picture. To answer the second or third question about Beyond Tamriel, I do know what Beyond Tamriel is. I respect the devs of Beyond Tamriel so much. It is so cool to play Morrowind and get to visit the Kirkbride idea of the city of Anvil and stuff like that. And you know, if I had my no holds barred, all the resources ever passion project, I'd make a whole mod for Med 2 that was just the old lore Elder Scrolls world because I adore that stuff. But also a lot of people get into the Elder Scrolls world through Skyrim and Oblivion and they love it. And we want, when it comes to a respective region, we want the game that respects and the game that covers that region the most. We want that to be our representative of it. So, Anvil, Kavat, the entire Imperial region as it exists, we are going with the post-Dragon Break take that Talos reshaped it to be what it is in Oblivion, because in Oblivion that is what it is, and we have to acknowledge Oblivion and its canonicity, regardless of our personal opinions on it, because people still love it. People love that stuff. But in terms of what are we supplementing, or if there are gaps, we're absolutely throwing stuff in there. Like, we are not taking out any of the stuff from Daggerfall or Kirkbride. You are going to find something. Like, Wayrest and Daggerfall are going to have lore from that region, from those respective games. Even Oblivion, in the Cyrodiilic region and stuff, when it is going to mostly cover the Roman Skyrim Cyrodiil and the medieval Oblivion Cyrodiil, there will be echoes, as it were, or hints to this is a more continuous world where the old lore happened, or it existed. So there will be things. You will see them, and where there are gaps, we will try and use the most fitting, the most well-known and beloved lore. We're not abandoning the old lore, but in terms of, are we relying on Beyond Tamriel as the inspiration? We are not, because we have to do the new lore as much as we have to do the old lore.
I've been sitting here chuckling this whole time while Sebastian's been going on and on, because we got that question in the Discord. Like, hey, will Cyrodiil be a jungle? Are you gonna make it like early, like before Dragon Break Cyrodiil? And I'm just like, no, why?
We can't. And I'll say this: we can't make Cyrodiil a jungle for the same reason that we can't make orcs beast folk, because they're not anymore. Orcs aren't beast folk. Orcs have language now. Orcs are people.
It's like we cannot, in the Fourth Era with the Skyrim Civil War campaign, we cannot make Cyrodiil a jungle any more than we can make Ulfric not kill High King Targ. It has to happen, because it's an inciting.
Or any more than we can give Fourth Era Bretons French names instead of Welsh names. It's like, it just kind of, it happens. But in the third, when we get to the Third Era, you'll find a little bit more like dudes with Gaelic names or Brythonic names in the Daggerfall region. You'll find the more old lore stuff. I'm not saying that we're going to have Jungle Cyrodiil in the Third Era thing, because again, the Dragon Break also covers the Third Era, so it's like, okay, well, Oblivion. But still, we're gonna do what we can to help immerse everyone who's a fan of from Daggerfall through ESO. And I didn't say Arena because no one's a fan of Arena. That game was really rough.
The one Arena fan on the US East Coast is going to, hey, I'm a fan of it. What are you talking about? It's the only game where you can go over all time. Great, it's a flat plane with pixel graphics. It's not
Put
real.
down that Arena and do some homework.
Oh, that's something we haven't gotten into. Sebastian and I are good. I swear we're going to move on after this. But Sebastian and I have been friends for 2 years. He's become a Warhammer fan under my auspices. We play video games all the time. We play Space Marine. We played like dozens. I've taught him to play tabletop Warhammer. We've read books, watched movies. We are like, he's my best friend in the world. I love him so much. And so that's the last thing I'll say before we actually get into this. This is a side project. This is our passion. This is our big mark on the world thing. But we are friends. So we're going to work on this. We're going to show it to you guys. We're going to be proud of it. But there's a reason this doesn't have a release date, because we are not putting any pressure on ourselves. We're not reaching out to people like, hey, we need a map maker. Hey, we need a mod developer. Hey, we need like a community manager. We're just doing this because we love it. And speaking of things that we love, let's actually get into Skyrim's roster to make the good people stop waiting, because it's been over half an hour already. So let's get into this. Yeah. So speaking of immersing people who love Skyrim, let's start with your basic starting unit, the Hold Guard. Mostly dealing with petty thievery and drunken brawls, these part-time soldiers guard the various holds and villages of Skyrim. Wearing capable armor and somewhat dull weapons, the Guard can bring a sizable force to bear on any would-be conqueror that dares to threaten the safety of their homes. Though able to be relied upon when the need is dire, a good commander will look elsewhere for more capable troops. we're not really going to cover the cost and upkeep of the units because, unlike the Empire, where we've got a pretty solid idea, as all of you understand from mod development, things change. There has to be general balance passes, even in the midst of development. So cost is going to be sort of here or there. Economy is going to be revamped for the game. It's not going to be as easy as vanilla, but it's not going to be quite as hard as DAC. Maybe just a little bit less difficult from DAC's perspective. But the thing we want to focus on is the stats. The Hold Guard are a sword and board infantry unit. They are 200 men in the unit. The extra man on it is a banner bearer or an officer. It's just the way that the unit is going to work because they technically have an officer in the unit and a banner bearer. So the Hold Guard have 200 men to a unit. They are 5 attack and 8 defense, 2 of which is in armor, 3 defense skill, 3 shield with a single hit point, and they have a 2 charge. They have good stamina. Being Nords, these Hold Guard, again, they're part-time soldiers. They're not the warrior ethos of the Nordic peoples. These are... Is that fur coming out of your ears?
What is it?
My cousins are fighting dragons, and what do I get? Guard duty.
Yeah, these are, I mean, they're Nords who... They're not, I mean, maybe their ancestor was Ysgramor's, like, scribe. And they're doing something honorable for their family by guarding the hold that they're in, and that's, good on them. It's not a particularly great feat or anything, and they might get, stabbed in a bandit raid, or the most exciting thing they might have to deal with is some psycho shooting Heimskr or killing Nazim, but it's honest work. It's not much, but it's honest work for those Nords. They're not the apex of Nord virility and strength, but they're still children of the sky, even if they're a little slow. Even if their lives are simple.
Yeah, and that's sort of the idea here. And for those of you like, man, 5'8" really is not that good, especially compared to the 7'10" of the Imperial Guardsmen. Wait until I tell you about the Kingdom of Skyrim's rather unique recruitment system, and then you'll think, okay, maybe they're not that bad. But we'll get to that once we get to the buildings and the scripts tier of the Kingdom of Skyrim. But on to the next unit, we have your Hold Archers. By the way, there are 3 units in your Tier 1 for the Kingdom of Skyrim. The Hold Guard, Hold Archers, and Patrol Riders. If you're asking, hey, that's like a cheap sword and board, a cheap archer, and a cheap cavalry unit. Yes! You are Skyrim. And the Stormcloaks are not going to be much better off because you guys' low-tier military is going to be higher numbers because, again, those of you that have played Skyrim, you do not see the city guards wandering around with a lot of high-quality units. You see, like, Housecarls and other units like that. It's not exactly trash spam, as Arden would like to imply. However, it is not going to be the highest quality troops because at the low tier, it's the low tier. And again, remember, for those that have seen the Empire Dev Diary, it's the Empire. Even their low tier is supposed to be good, so everything should technically be worse than them. So, Hold Archers. To fight a man in hand-to-hand combat is folly when a bow can do the work with none of the danger, and these soldiers practice daily with this in mind. Skyrim is full of wild beasts that make even basic travel dangerous, and every guard knows from extensive experience to carry his own bow. Able to hit most targets at a reasonable distance, archers of even their low caliber are always a welcome sight in the land of the Nords. I swear, if we could make the Hold Guard be able to swap to bow and arrow, or like feasibly make them a hybrid unit without the internet killing us, I totally would, because that's a cool idea.
We would, except the thing is, in keeping with Skyrim, we would make them swap to bow when an opponent is 2 feet from their face.
Never should have come here. Anyway, the Hold Archer is it's 201 men to a unit. It's 3 melee attack, 5 defense, 2 armor, 3 defense skill with no shield. But 3 missile attack. Again, for those of you that understand Divide and Conquer, 3 missile attack is perfectly acceptable. It's a starting archer unit. They have good stamina, so they'll hold out decently well. This is just an archer unit. For those that are thinking like Med 2 terms, this is your rebalanced peasant archer, because as Sebastian and I discussed, peasant archers in Medieval 2 are just They're too strong. They are way too strong. 5 missile attack is enough to kill most anything in the game, and if you throw flaming missiles in there, it's not even fair. Peasant archers, I've seen them kill dismounted feudals. In mass numbers, yes, but like still. Hold archers, 3 missile attack, they're perfectly fine as a starting archer unit. Sebastian, would you like to cover the patrol riders? I've sort of hogged the document. You can either watch my stream or pull it up yourself. I don't mind which.
Happy to. Skyrim is a vast land with many high mountains and boggy fens, and as such, a journey from one hold to another can be a difficult endeavor. To answer this, the Jarls have commissioned their guards to mount up and ride sturdy horses, sending messages to and fro and scouting enemy positions. Though ill-disciplined and lightly equipped, these riders will long outpace many a fine stallion, their harsh homeland rearing them to be surprisingly resilient and enduring. These are mounted guards. I know we don't really see those in the Skyrim game itself, but it goes to stand that a guard who needs to convey messages between holds or occasionally guard a merchant or two. It's kind of the idea of the random event on the road. You see of that light Imperial soldier guarding Victoria Vici's cousin on the road once or twice, or the idea of the Stormcloak courier who has to ferry things between. They're really not going to be super well-equipped lineage of combat people. They're just guys on horses because that's useful. And it's going to reflect in their stats of, attack 4, defense 9, charge 6, sword and board unit. These are units who they're going to really, really help you in sweeping up routed units, as any light cav will. But if you try and have them, charge lines of spears, it's not going to be great. And getting them too meshed into close combat, as great and terrible as so many Nords are, getting dudes in guard armor on unarmored horses into enmeshed combat for too long is not going to go well for them.
Yeah, we actually put in a very special and subtle way for you to tell that these are not high-quality charge cavalry that can hold up in melee. It's in the name, Patrol Riders! They are now granted, something that we actually discussed for the Nordic factions is they are light on cavalry. That's the point. But we did take into account the specialty of Skyrim horses, meaning these units can teleport freely around the map. No. But the Skyrim horses have excellent stamina. The Skyrim cavalry units, as limited as they are, both Skyrim and Stormcloaks have excellent stamina. So they will last about as long as the highest quality cavalry can on the field, because that is what Skyrim cavalry are supposed to do. Now, again, we'll be moving the movement speed up and down. These will be slower horses than most other factions. Like, other horses will outrun them, but the slowest cavalry will still outrun the fastest infantry. Arden says they'll last as long as your mother. We're going to move on from that. And that's where we're going to end talking about the patrol riders. We're going to move on to the Nordic warriors. Sebastian, I'll let you take on the big, beautiful sword and board tier 2 unit.
Yes. Skyrim has always held its history of conquest in high regard, and these troops are the embodiment of the country's fighting spirit. Armed with all manners of swords, axes, and maces, the backbone of the northern armies marches happily under their glorious banners, making any foe think twice before engaging them in combat. These are the if you're walking down the roads and you find the random encounter of Nord, this is going to be that person. They're better armored than the guards, but they've got starter kind of early mid-tier Elder Scrolls armor and weapons, but because they're a Nord, they've got their resistances and they've got their strength. This is like encountering random Nords on the road in Morrowind, where you're like, okay, well, I can handle you, but this is going to be kind of difficult if you get close to me. And so they've got attack 10, total defense 12, and charge bonus 5, and they're still sword and board. As a way to kind of show the kind of next immediate progression of like, well, after a city guard, like a guy who mostly just lives, on his stomach and kind of puts on the occasional patrol armor, the next thing is going to be an actual Nord warrior. There's really no gap in sort of, say, a Breton military where you've got feudal peasants and then levies and then men-at-arms and then professional soldiers. You go right from guards to Nord warriors. These are Nords, and because they're Nords, they kind of get right to cracking on the strong stuff.
Absolutely. And for those of you that are eagle-eyed, like me, constantly thinking statistics and whatever, comparatively to the Imperial Legion, these guys are 10-12 with a 5 charge, and Imperial Legion are 12-16. That is okay. It is, like I said, it is okay for the Nord to be outclassed by a professional Imperial legionary, because that's the point of the Legion. Nordic warriors are the top tier of soldiers as far as, like, again, general races of men. But the Legion's the Legion. Nordic warriors should, your tier 2 unit should not beat legionaries, which again, if you watch our long dev diary on the Empire, the point of the Empire is that they are spiked. They are statistically probably the best faction in the game. And if we decide to, we are getting into Aldmeri Dominion today. So we will be able to discuss exactly how different it is for, like, the Kingdom of Somerset, which is quote unquote better than the Empire. And I think you guys will laugh when we get to it, because they're better, but only on paper, which is the whole point. But the Nordic warriors are decent. So, the Nordic Spear Guard. I'll handle these guys. A strong metal shield and a shining spear mark the coming of Skyrim's mighty hosts. The Nords are ready for the honor of a stalwart defense as much as the glory of a relentless assault. These are the warriors who choose to defend their sacred lands, their shields carved with the heraldry of their ancestors and proudly borne against their enemies. These guys will actually have the Nordic steel shields with the special emblazoned stuff. That's one of my favorite shields in all Skyrim, is the specific Nordic steel shield with all the different runes and carvings on it. That will be this unit. It has 200 men in the unit, and it has a 6 attack with a 15 defense and a 4 charge. They have a bonus fighting cavalry, very good stamina. So comparatively to the Nordic warriors, the Nordic warriors should have 200 men in the unit. Isn't this wonderful? We're all learning things together. We're all just changing our minds and making little edits. Despite the hours I spent looking over that today, I still find little things that I haven't done. Very professional setup here. Aren't we just consummate professionals, Sebastian?
Of course.
Absolutely. So the Nordic Spear Guard are heavily armored spearmen. They are very capable at stopping an attack. They're actually a little bit more offensively viable than most spearmen are going to be, because, again, they are the Nords. But it sort of leans into this warrior ethos. And Sebastian, you are more familiar with the deeper lore of Nords, and you were sort of telling me about this before we got started. Why don't you relay some of that to the folks sitting at home who've only really played Skyrim and haven't dived into the lore like you have?
Yeah, well, when so much of the reason that we get, statistical increases for Nords, or the revolving of Nords as a culture of warriors in the old lore, or in the pre-Skyrim lore, is about their creation myths and the reasons that they exist, from a sort of meta perspective, where the Nord is typically a barbarian, when we see kind of Elder Scrolls 1 through 3. And the way that we have to justify a character like a barbarian existing in a setting in which magic and, prophecy and these sort of like really, really intense demigod-like powers exist, is the idea that they have a sort of divine strength about them. And so, the early Nord myths are about Lorkhan waging an army against the gods and creating the Nords as a way of being his, godly armies against elvenkind. And that reflects in modern day Skyrim lore, with the Nords kind of venerating Shor, the god of man, the god who brings mortality, who brings death. And their heritage, and Ysgramor's migration and eventual eradication of the Falmer, whether or not, I'm not touching whether or not that happened the way that Ysgramor says it did. But Ysgramor's people, the Atmorans, flee their icy homeland to Skyrim, and whether or not you believe that they're intrinsically created by Lorkhan for the purpose of making war, or if it's just come to them through harsh conditions and harsher worlds, Ysgramor was a 8-foot-tall giant man who wielded a double-handed axe in a single hand and a shield in the other. And it's a culture of people who hop on a long ship, drop off in inhospitable land, and conquer it. And it's going to reflect in their stats. You're going to see what a high-tier Nord army can do, and ideally not think, this is way too broken, and more that, okay, I know how to beat them, and I know how to counter them, but what they're strong in, I can definitely see how these guys conquered the most frozen part of Tamriel.
Absolutely. And the part about any any student of Skyrim's actual history, which is what I learned through Sebastian, is that they're not just axe wielding barbarians. Like he said, Easterwar had a shield. Lots of the 500 had shields. They don't
Yeah.
just, and again, if you want to play Nords without shields, play the Stormcloaks for goodness sake, because the Stormcloaks, we'll get to them later, have no anti-cav. You heard that right. No dedicated anti-cav. But Skyrim has anti-cav because they care about tradition and they care about the All right, we're not getting into that right now. I am a Stormcloak fan, I swear. But moving on to the Nordic archers, these guys were directly mentioned. So Sebastian, in the general philosophy, so Sebastian, I'll let you cover Skyrim's niche specialty unit.
Yeah, so we have the Nordic archers here, and then the armor piercing missiles are going to come with the dragon slayers. That's going to come with
Uh,
the
I do believe they get something special, something else. Yes, they get something special, but the Nordic archers here are the armor piercing unit for your faction. The
Oh, you're
dragon,
absolutely right.
the dragon slayers have something else special, but we'll get to them later. But for now, the Nordic archers,
Perfect, perfect.
please.
You're right. Absolutely, yes. So the Nordic archers, children of the frozen north, have long since mastered the art of war, and the bow plays a pivotal role in the battlefield. Thus, every Fletcher in the land is capable of producing the finest steel-tipped arrows that septums can buy. These arrows can pierce even the toughest armor, punching gaping holes into any would-be attacker's front line and opening the gates for the main force to finish them off. The men who shoot them, armor-clad and stern of heart, are no less deadly. We wanted this to reflect, again, the Nord ethos of, am I trying to snipe? Not really. It's kind of uneven terrain, a lot of forests, a lot of marshland. But what I want is something that punches holes, because if you look at the wildlife of Skyrim, wolf packs, yes, that's your typical stuff. You've got goats, you've got things to hunt, but apart from that, you've got giant elk, you've got bears, you have trolls, you have frostbite spiders, you have giant things. It's a land that's rife with almost monstrous sized animals, and we wanted the Nord idea of what a bowman is to focus on stopping power more so than dedicated ranging, because it's not really, if you've got the strength for it, you should be able to pull back a bow that's got the armor punching power or the power to fell some strong beasts, but you're not too worried about sharpshooting. And that's going to come through in the stats as well. So we've got melee attack of 6. If you're looking for Highland archers, you've come to the right place. A missile attack of 4, charge bonus of 2. But we've got total defense 7, 4 in armor, 3 in defense skill, a hit point, and effective against armor, and very good morale. The very good morale, I mean, obviously, very good morale for an archer unit, fine. But it's going to be the effective against armor. Having a cavalry unit, especially an Imperial cavalry unit, or any Imperial units, generally, when they break off from the front lines to try and take out your archers, and they unleash a volley that actually does some significant damage to them, it does mean something. Having that level of hard-hitting stopping power is going to mean a lot, even though you're not going to really be fighting the Legion, potentially, in the first couple sections of the campaign or the first couple acts. When you start coming up against heavy armored enemies like Redoran incursions or fighting the Aldmeri Dominion, stuff like that is going to become
what, Sebastian? I do believe your microphone cut out for a moment. Oh
an armor
no.
piercing shotgun.
There
Ooh,
we go.
What happened?
You're back. Your mic cut out for a moment. You said is
Oh,
going
okay.
to be what?
It's going to be less of a hunting rifle or a sniper rifle and more of a shotgun. That's effectively, we want your archers at a good enough range, and as soon as they're at good enough range, let loose and rip through some armor. It's going to be really, really good for later game stuff and against Stormcloaks, who have this kind of rush down armor piercing high attack stat. Punching through some of the heavy armored units is going to be very, very useful.
Absolutely. And we made this your tier 2 on purpose because, like we referenced, your tier 3 are truly special. Again, Skyrim and the Stormcloaks are the main focus of an Elder Scrolls game. We have to make them special somehow. Stormcloaks, we made them armor piercing across the board, and their specialty is truly in the script and the flavoring. Skyrim is a much more open ended campaign with a much more player freedom rather than script driven. We'll go into the Stormcloaks later because it's one of my favorite scripts in the whole game, despite how simple it is. But with Skyrim, it's very open-ended. Once you win the war, you can do whatever you want, and we'll cover that later. But we wanted to make the roster more thematic. With the Legion, it's cut and dry. It's the Imperial Legion. It's basic Rome. We know what we're doing. And then the reason, like Sebastian reinforced constantly in the last video, is we did Feudal Cyrodiil to give them flavor because they desperately needed flavor outside the Legion. With Skyrim, we went more thematic. With Stormcloaks, we meant more diversity as far as game mechanics and as far as scripting. Where with Skyrim, we wanted it to be like, hey, we went more thematic, so here at your tier 2 are armor-piercing archers so that you can stack up later on. And it's only 4 missile attack. It's not that high. It's just slightly better than your hold archers. But that's the deal, is that the Nords should not be relying on this. We did not make this unit to, hey, everything else dies, but the Nordic archers get all the kills. No, the Nordic archers are a needed support unit that the Sons of Skyrim are going to get because, again, they need it to stack up. Now, let's go to, like I said, something thematic. Let's go to the dismounted Huskarls. Sworn to carry the burdens of their masters, the Huskarls of Skyrim are among the most formidable warriors this harsh land can produce. Equipped with some of the best armor and weaponry available, these troops smash into enemy lines and force them to break under the terror of their wrath. Dismounted, they make excellent heavy infantry. I trust that everybody will appreciate the Medieval 2 Total War reference I made there. On top of that, these Housecarls are your tier 2.5 infantry. They are just an excellent way for you to reinforce your lines with a truly excellent unit. They are 100 soldiers to a unit. They have a 17 attack, a 10 charge, and a 20 defense, 9 of which is in armor. They're a sword and shield unit, and now for something that truly makes Skyrim special, for all of you fans of Elisif, for all of you loyal servants of the Empire, we have given the Kingdom of Skyrim's higher tier units, starting with the dismounted Huskarls, unbreakable morale. This unit will not retreat, it will not surrender, it will fight to the death. That is why there is 100 men in this unit, because you need to be able to kill it. If we made it 150 or 200 men, it would be just as bad as, I don't know, something stupid like giving you Mana Marco and an entire roster of unbreakable undead units. I can't think of somebody doing something so unfathomably stupid, Sebastian. The only way they could make that worse is if they made it available for every faction in the game, allowing you to completely replace your roster with an unbreakable and clearly superior roster of undead units with almost no penalty whatsoever. But anyway, the dismounted Huskarls cannot be broken. They're a heavy infantry unit that will constantly hold the line, allowing you a great deal of finesse everywhere else. I, as somebody who's played Divide and Conquer, am not afraid of unbreakable morale, because I will break the unit anyway. If there's a unit with unbreakable morale on the field, you will find a way to deal with it. This is what makes the game challenging, is looking at a stack of units and saying, oh, yeah, my units can do... Ooh, that's an unbreakable unit. I need to actually think about how I'm going to kill that thing. It's like seeing a unit of Hammers of Gundabad, or like seeing one of the Nazgul. It's like, okay, I need to dedicate my strategy to taking down that unit. Same thing with Skyrim, is there has to be something that can help hold the line, and the dismounted Huskarls are not the best stat-wise. You can kill them, but they will not break, and that is the entire point of them, and that's a special thing we gave to Skyrim to sort of reference Skyrim's more traditional warrior ethos. I've prattled on about this for a long time, but for those of you that are Warhammer 40k Dawn of War fans, Standard Space Marines have higher morale than Chaos Space Marines because they have faith in the God Emperor of mankind rather than Chaos, who are purely in it for themselves. And so that's, again, another idea of like the more faithful, the more true are better fighters and less likely to break. Sebastian, do you have anything to add to our very strong line holders here?
Um, I do, yes. I also want to say that I love the authors of the original mod. We just really disagree with them in a Marco decision. We think that's a little silly,
Yeah,
and it's
it's
part of
sorry to
what
go so
inspired
hard on
this.
that, but like, come on. Two
No,
hit
it's
points on
okay.
every cavalry unit. Come on.
Um, but and don't worry if you like the undead hordes and you like playing with the undead stuff, we've got something for you. But in terms of the way that this Nord roster is panning out, you can see we are keeping the idea of the court in solitude, these housecarls in steel plate armor who are loyal but kind of Nords who have sort of adapted to an almost imperialized culture. But then we're also calling back to what makes Nords who they are. The faith in Sovngarde, the idea that they're the people of shore above anyone else. If Talos is the god of the Stormcloaks, then shore is one of the kind of unseen, unspoken, and forgotten gods of the Sons of Skyrim, the Kingdom of Skyrim. Because plenty of the Kingdom of Skyrim worship the Shore and Talos secretly. It's just that they disagree on whether or not it should be outlawed or not, or whether that's worth going to war for. But again, in terms of the Nord culture, the way that it pans out, you can see that a race and an army of people who are not afraid of dying in battle. In fact, actually think that it's probably one of the best ways to go is going to pose you a whole lot of challenges. And it'll be the same similar vein of challenge as when you try to bring your your Breton army against the orcs or whatever. You'll start to learn what it means to face a culture whose ethos of war is actually baked into their being.
Absolutely. And so this is a special thing for those of you that will see, because we'll go into the Stormcloaks specifically. The Stormcloak units at the upper tiers do not have unbreakable morale. Like their top tier do not. And the two reasons for that is firstly, we wanted to give Skyrim something special. The special thing for the Stormcloaks is that almost every single unit in their faction gets armor piercing. I'm talking every single unit outside of like one unit of trash. You have armor piercing on almost everything. Shut up. But in addition, I personally believe that the Stormcloaks are fanatics. They're berserkers. They are fired up. But when they start dying, like, they're actually losing. Like, morale plummets. So, yes, they will have good morale at the high tiers, but they won't be unbreakable. And for those of you, again, that are very familiar with Medieval 2 and various mod projects, there's very little difference between a unit with super spiked morale and an unbreakable morale unit. There's very little difference. Usually, those units with highest morale will hold to the end, or they'll be the very last unit to rout after it's all said and done. Unbreakable units will just hold until they die, which some people might think unbreakable morale is a bad idea, or like a bad stat, like not a buff. I don't know what to tell you, bud. This is the Kingdom of Skyrim. So, moving on to the mounted variant. This is sort of an inside reference to the original Medieval 2. You noted that reference to Medieval 2 Total War. Dismounted, they make excellent heavy infantry as a nod to dismounted feudal knights. Well, now we have feudal knights, or housecarls, riding steeds that have carried them long and far across the wilderness of the north. The housecarls keep Skyrim safe from all manner of threats, both foreign and domestic. The first to rush to the field when battle is at hand, these heavy cavalry crush their foes with the weight of their charge and scatter the enemy from the battleground. There are 50 soldiers in the unit. They have a 9 attack and a 15 total defense. For cavalry specifically, they have a heavy lance, so they are the heavy cavalry charge with a 15 charge stat. That is massive, especially when you consider they're going to be heavy horses, like barded horses, and they're going to have unbreakable morale. So this is an unbreakable, heavy charge cavalry unit. And guess what, Skyrim players? It's your only cavalry unit outside your patrol riders. Do you think that you can have like half a stack of these things? Good luck! Because you're not. You're going to have a couple. And that's going to be like the one salve to your wounds of like, mercy reaching down from heaven to the child who has no cavalry. You get housecarls. Congratulations. Don't waste them. That's all you get.
Hooray!
Yay! You get a medium cavalry unit that will get ripped apart by literally any other cavalry unit, especially dedicated anti-cav or
Char
archers.
wanted us to fight on our feet.
Yeah, I don't understand why all of these people are constantly riding cavalry. It's not like it was an absolute revolution that changed the way we looked at modern warfare in the medieval period. They're so stupid. Get an axe and fight like a man. But anyway.
What's a medieval period?
We need to move on to now we're into your special unit. And honestly, 3 years ago, when I was just starting to type up the beginning ideas, I typed this unit up first, right after the Hold Guard. The Sons of Skyrim. Sebastian, read me, my boys.
With a song in their heart and a laugh in their throat, these warriors are Ysgramor's vision realized. The heartiest and bravest of Skyrim's soldiery marches to the rhythm of deep drums and blaring horns. Their charge swift in their massive weapons, wickedly cutting down all who would oppose them. Woe to those who challenge Skyrim and her truest sons and daughters.
So, the Sons of Skyrim. There are 151 men in the unit. They have an attack stat of 23, a charge stat of 12, and a total defense of 18, 10 of which is in armor. They have unbreakable morale, and they are armor-piercing two-handed infantry. Let's go! These are Nords incarnate. When you see a Nord and he asks, "Have you seen any elves?" That's the last thing you're gonna hear before a great sword or a battle axe cuts you in half. Yeah. This is a passionate unit for me, obviously. This is a unit that I love. That is literally the battle cry for, technically, the Stormcloaks, but I would think for any true Nord, for the Sons of Skyrim. That is their national pride. Just absolutely tantamount for the Kingdom of Skyrim, and it's a beautiful shock troop for you to just throw at the enemy. And now we get into what we talked about at length earlier. Skyrim's warrior tradition is not just berserkers, but it's also very, very capable defenders. So Sebastian, with the Sovngarde Spearmen.
The stoutest descendants of Ysgramor's triumphant conquest march under the banner of the king, equipped with the finest spears and the heaviest armor available. These troops will never retreat, holding the line no matter the odds or how dire the circumstances. Striking with enough power to unhorse even the most skilled knight, the land of Skyrim can produce no finer soldier of the line than those who sing of their eternal reward. We're really, again, attack 10, 22 defense, charge bonus 7, spear and shield unit, bonus against cavalry, of course, and unbreakable morale. The Legion are disciplined defenders. Skyrim are strong defenders. These are defenders who are just as likely to punch you with their shield as they are to let you try and attack and counter around the shield. These are people who make use of their full body in combat, and in doing so, they are the wall, basically. We want these, elite units. But the thing is that, again, in having a warlike culture and wanting to fight, you still get the Nords who lean towards the two-handed weapons, but it's not out of character, it's not out of line to have Nords who are just truly dedicated spear shield units who are going to wreck shop.
Absolutely. And these are the heavy Nordic armor, carved gear. Everybody loves Nordic plate armor units, and that's actually something that we want to get into. Is somebody asked, I actually think it's time for us to go to the second anniversary questions. One of the questions that we have here, Sebastian, I'd like you to talk about this because this is our design philosophy. The question from Primarch Vicarian, the second question we have, actually.
Great name, by the way.
There's no shepherd without Vicarian.
Primarch at that, even. But will you be adding more steel plate armor units to the Skyrim roster? Because I feel like we do need more than just 2 of them. Well, we definitely agree. In terms of the beta, it's going to be a little different, but the answer is still going to be yes. We are intending on adding a much wider variety of armors for Skyrim units, as well as doubling down on the steel plate stuff. Because God, it's really just one of the best designed armors in, the game of Skyrim, and we want to make use of it. But in terms of adding more of it, later on down the line, as we get to flesh out more of the concept choices, we ideally get to do some, whether it's getting mod permissions from people who make modded armors or just combining armor elements like furs and bone and stuff like that. We want to really deck out some of the more elite units. So, I mean, if you have, the steel-plated Skyrim warriors, we want the Sons of Skyrim to have steel plate, but with pelts, stuff hanging off of their helmets. We want to elaborate and really bring the design philosophies to their utmost kind of thing. We don't want straight asset rips will happen. We will straight up just have good sets of armor like the steel plate armor, but we're also part of the remaster is we're going to expand on that, and we're going to make the people who want to see the Nords or whatever faction they love at their height in terms of design and extravagance. We want to provide that too.
Absolutely. And also, we do plan on implementing visual armor upgrades. It's one of my favorite features of any mod. To the point where I have been, in my most recent DAC campaigns, which has only been like 2 or 3 of them, I've played DAC since 2018, and in my most recent ones, I've literally just decided, like, hey, what are the few things I want to do? Well, I love playing as Gondor, and I have never seen the higher tier blacksmith stuff because I always take so long to get them. So I literally just go process CQ all of my settlements once I have the money to give myself top tier armors, because I want to see my plate armor Gondorians. That is a genuine reason for me to play an entire Medieval 2 Total War game, is to see my plate armor units fully upgraded. And that's the deal here with the Skyrim units is, yes, eventually we will get to the point where not every unit will have the plate armor, but you will have visual armor upgrades, and the Sovngarde Spearmen and the Sons of Skyrim will be Nordic plate armor units from the get-go, and the armor upgrade will just add more heraldry and more, like, extra stuff. And again, we don't have a 2D artist or a modeler. Once we get those people, we can actually start getting into plans and concepts and drawing things up. Sebastian is an artist, so he likes to draw basic concepts for himself.
Yeah, basic concepts I can do some aspect of, in terms of that stuff, but in terms of getting dedicated, concept people who are really going to bring forward the armor sets that people go, oh my gosh, that's going to be one of these aspects of the project that as soon as we can get that rolling, it's going to be amazing to see, especially if much further in the future we can separate the 4th and 3rd eras, and you can see what 3rd era Nords look like full decked out compared to 4th era Nords. It's going to be really fun.
Absolutely.
Also, with that, I was going to say, with us getting, I think, a faction, we've got Empire and we've got Skyrim covered, and we've got Stormcloaks and Aldmeri Dominion left, and we've answered one 2nd anniversary question. Is it okay if we take a brief 5-minute intermission?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and take an intermission, Sebastian, and I will, you know what? I'll take the quick break while you go off and handle yourself. I'll take a quick break, and I'll handle the other 2nd anniversary question that we kind of skipped over. This is a question directly about the Great Houses of Morrowind. Will you be able to play as House Indra with all 3 of the Tribunal available and the Nerevarine? I just love going to Red Mountain and kicking Dagoth-Ur's ass with them. So about that, and if Sebastian wants to chip in when he gets back. So we are handling the Great Houses of Morrowind. Again, this is a quick aside. They will have their own video when they are more fleshed out. The Great Houses of Morrowind, we are having House Hlalu is going to be more mercantile. Think of like Venice in Italy. The Redoran are going to be the most capable militarily. Telvanni have the best wizards. Dres has the best economy. House Sadras, which is actually the most interesting house because there's almost no lore about them, are going to be a hybrid faction. They're going to have hybrid units like archers that are good swordsmen, or cavalry that have javelins but are also decent skirmish cav outside of just the javelins. They're going to be we're given total creative freedom with them. House Indoril will be sort of the top tier of all of them. And the big thing about them is that in the 3rd era, we're talking 3rd era specifically because that's when Morrowind occurs, you will have access to the Tribunal. every other Dunmer faction will get access to the Nerevarine, and he'll have a unique bodyguard in each faction dependent on, each faction's ethos. It'll sort of give that idea of like, hey, the Nerevarine sided with House Telvanni or sided with House Drez or House Redoran or whatever and became a member of that house. He's going to have a thematic unit to sort of give that idea of your Morrowind character having that sort of inspiration. But House Indoril doesn't like the Nerevarine. They don't care about the Nerevarine. In fact, the Nerevarine is a direct threat to your power. So what you're going to have to do as Amalexia, Sothasil, and Vivek himself is you're going to have to take back Red Mountain. You're going to have to recover the Heart of Lorkhan to recharge your power. And you're going to have to kill Nerevar again. You are going to have to stop him, because if you don't, he will destroy the Heart of Lorkhan. He will kill Dagoth-Ur. He will stop you from maintaining your ascendancy, and he will plunge all of Morrowind into a disaster from which it will never recover. And you, as the tribunal, must not allow that to occur. And so
long as the belief in Nerevar exists, the belief in Vivek wanes, and if the belief in Vivek wanes, so does his power.
And so the Nerevarine must die. And that is all we will say for now about the Aldmeri factions. Should you wish to know more, join the Discord, ping myself or Sebastian, and we will tell you all you want to know based on what is finished. But for this video, and for the sake of the developer diary for now, we're going to leave Morrowind behind, and you can continue to curse us as you miss 19 out of 20 sword strikes. Have fun. But now that Sebastian has returned to his battle station, I do believe it's time for us to continue on with the Kingdom of Skyrim's roster, with one of my personal favorite units, and sort of an epiphany as far as I'm concerned, with the true flavor of Skyrim, the Dragon Slayers. Venerating the ancestors who granted them freedom from the tyranny of Akatosh's children, the Dragon Slayers honor their saviors' memories by wielding mighty bows and firing solid Nordic steel arrows. Able to bring down a fully armored knight, these archers can punch gaping holes into any line and leave the enemy wavering as the brunt of the army finishes the job. There are 150 men in the unit. They have a melee attack of 6, a charge bonus of 2, and a defense stat of 14, 10 of which is in armor. These guys are wearing dragon bone armor. Not dragon scale, dragon bone armor. Actual dragon bones that are taken from the corpses of the dragons. It's not fair that the Dovahkiin can take that much bones from that many bones and scales from the dragon. There's still a whole skeleton there, but these guys are wearing dragon bone armor. Now, they're archers. They have a missile attack of 8. The eagle-eyed of you will notice at the very bottom, abilities at a glance. They have body-piercing missiles. That is absolutely insane. And at the time of recording, they are the only unit in the mod that has body-piercing missiles. It is. Go ahead, Sebastian.
It's something. But part of our reasoning for it, as opposed to giving a different faction, body-piercing missiles, is punching power, and the punching power is translated through dragon bone bows, which, Skyrim statistically, that's the best bow in terms of raw damage. So a dragon bone bow, and to quote Sandal from Dragon Age, enchantment. So they're in the, as the, explanation for it lore-wise is going to be, these are elite retinues of archers who, again, now that the Dovahkiin is out just killing dragons, they're able to harvest those bones, use them for their armor and weapons, and now they have both a dragon bone bow with, Nordic arrows for punching holes, and ideally a court mage enchanting that bow for some real stopping power.
Genuinely. And it is sort of this idea of like, hey, I want to play a spell weaver. I want to play a spell sword. I want to play a two-handed sword, heavy armor. I want to play a dual dagger wielding lockpick sneak thief. What do we all fall back on 10 minutes into the game?
The supremacy of the sneak archer. His return is prophesized.
And so, the Dragon Slayers. Skyrim has some of the most whack archers. And no, these units were not made for that simply to be a joke. But that's the point, is that we wanted to make them unique, and it folds beautifully into that idea of like, what's the best thing to do in Skyrim? Well, stealth archer. Well, Skyrim just so happens to have some very unique archers, both armor-piercing and body-piercing archers. Again, that's why we made the missile attack 8 instead of, like, 50,000, because these are supposed to be really good archers. If anybody has not played with body-piercing missiles, even low-damage body-piercing missiles are rough. This is supposed to be one of the most powerful archer units in the entirety of the game, even though Skyrim is not a archer faction. This is what I talked about earlier. This is a thematic unit, not a like roster unit, or not a unit that is supposed to exactly line up with the design philosophy. This is archers with dragonbone bows in dragonbone armor, because this is Skyrim, baby. Like, this is what they are. So they're an excellent archer unit. I know everybody will have fun with Dragon Slayers once you get them, and we'll definitely have to look at that cost, because 700 for that unit is just too low.
Yeah.
Now, we get on to one of my favorite niche units, the Mages of Winterhold. Sebastian, go ahead and read these boys off for me, if you will.
Yeah, Onmund representation, if you guys like Onmund, the one Nord who is in Winterhold College going, I deserve to be here like everyone else. And you go, no one said you didn't, dude. Though most wish to simply be left to their studies, some of the mages from the ruined city of Winterhold have signed up to serve in the army, whether out of loyalty to the crown or seeking a chance to prove their great worth. Ill-equipped for battle and unable to hold in a real fight, these magicians and casters nevertheless provide a potent means of destroying Skyrim's foes from a safe distance. This is the college kid who goes, oh, I joined the Mages of Winterhold, and out of Winterhold, I'm actually just gonna shack up with a Jarl, and hopefully I get a court position. And the Jarl goes, no, I already have a court mage. You're gonna go to the front lines. There's a war going on, son. And he ends up in Morthal now, having to take care of artillery crews. So he's got a melee attack of 3. The mages come with a missile attack of 15, and it's got a magic weapon type, which is the weapon type that we've engineered for missile stuff. It exists in the mod proper, but we've done some rebalancing with how the missiles for the magic factions work. Total defense of 5, 3 in armor, 2 in defense skill, and 1 hit point. Yeah, don't let the mage build with he's most of his studies were in destruction. You don't want to put him in the front lines. He does not know the Iron Flesh or the Dragon Flesh spell yet. He just got done with studying, and now he thinks he wants to go serve a Jarl.
He learned Fireball, and now he thinks he's hot.
Yeah, he learned Firebolt, and he knows Dual Shock Lightning. He knows the Dual Lightning Bolt. He has 3 perks in the Destruction tree. But obviously effective against armor because of the magic missile thing, good morale, good stamina. And when we rework these magic units, I know you guys, some of the magic lovers might think, okay, well, is this an all-around nerf for magic? And the answer to that is no. It's the rebalancing for magic is putting magic in the hands of the specific races in a way that makes sense. So the Nords are not the most gifted mages. Their mages can cast a couple, missile-type javelin spells, like bolts. But if you try to put them against a Magister from House Telvanni, it's going to be hilarious. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, when you get to the Altmer or you get to the Dunmer, it's going to be really funny.
I remember, because I've recently started playing Shadow of Mordor again, and one of my favorite voice lines is the orcs debating, who do you think would win in a fight, an elf or a wizard? A wizard will have you hanging by your entrails with so much as a flick of his finger. And it's like, yeah, that's what happens when a real mage goes up against a College of Winterhold mage. So for those of you that we referenced the magic stat as far as it's concerned, it uses gunpowder from Medieval 2, which is ignoring 75% of armor and 75% of the shield stat. And in addition, we're using it sort of like throwing javelins, long range javelins, granted, but it uses the style of throwing javelins, the cannonball magic that is very prevalent in the older game, in the original mod project, the cannonballs that instant kill everything in a wide radius, no matter what it hits. That is being like restricted to like less than 5 units in the final project. So if you see magic mentioned at all, assume it's the, like Sebastian said, the bolt, like the javelin bolt magic. Because we are not letting any faction except for like literal gods have the cannonballs, because that's way too. I've played as Dagoth 4 or 5 times, and having even a quarter of my roster, a quarter of my army have those cannonball magics wipes out a stack in the first 2 volleys. It's not even fair.
What a fool you are.
I'm a god. How can you magic against a god? But yeah, so House Telvanni, Kingdom of Daggerfall, they will have magical response to the Mages of Winterhold. And a place like, I don't know, Wayrest, their answer to the Mages of Winterhold will be a charging unit of heavy cavalry. Oh,
look, the Northland magic. That's adorable. Shoot them. We don't have magic set. No, shoot them, actually. Shoot them. Just shoot them. They don't have armor.
Literally, they are in robes. If again, it's like you can't just be the Dragonborn and go to Winterhold in a set of heavy armor, summon a flame Atronach with a scroll, and go, okay, you're in. It's like, no, these guys are actual mages, but they are actual mages. Torbjorn is not going to be able to teach them wards fast enough. It's not going to happen. So moving on to your bodyguard unit. We'll say that again.
You want to learn how to cast a ward?
I'll teach you how to cast a ward, sonny. Goku, you didn't catch dragon flesh, Goku.
you have to come. Yeah, sometimes with these alchemy ingredients, you got to sample them. What? You don't sample them. Just eat them.
Every single status effect in the game at once. Now, oh my word, I don't even watch Dragon Ball or even Team 4-Star. But anywho, it's something I have to put on the bucket list, I guess. But now we get to the Thanes, the bodyguard unit for Skyrim. And yes, this does mean bodyguards will be recruitable at the high tier. We'll get into that when we get into the buildings for the Kingdom of Skyrim. Seeking an end to the evil of all Skyrim's foes, these worthy soldiers are armed to the teeth and march with their lords into battle. Far above the common rabble and bearing their arms as a badge of office, these men fight with the trademark ferocity of the Nordic peoples, exemplars of strength, courage, and honor. Sebastian, would you like to go into the stats of this unit, and also, like what the description says, that thing is chock full of references, sort of round out the idea with the Skyrim roster of how inspired by the actual game we want these units to be?
Absolutely, yes. And also, we know Thane is spelled differently in the game. It will change it. I don't know. Everything's subject to change here.
I like the G though. I like the G.
The G's great. I'm a big G fan. It's just that Skyrim's anglicized. But an end to the evil of all Skyrim's foes, But the worldly soldiers armed to the teeth march with their lords into battle. These are, again, the Solitude Court folks, or even, Hrongar is like, I'm not the man, I'm a weapon. Just point me at the enemy. It's the royal families of Skyrim's Jarls, these kind of cousins, second cousins, brothers, sisters, the guys who didn't get the throne of the Jarl, but are heavily, heavily armored. And, I mean, in earlier kind of concepts, just land-owning people. These are dudes who have done quests for the Jarls, whether it's dirty work or helping people out, and are given properties within the hold to own. So these are land-owning people. These are people who are not going to go into battle with the expectance of a warrior's death. They would love to die a warrior's death, but they're like, that's child's play. I've paid, I own 3 different homesteads in the tundra outside of Whiterun, which should give me, a cumulative 17,000 gold every, turn of the week. So I can afford, the armor that I've got and the weapons that I've got, which is why they're 1628 and 6 for a sword and board unit, and unbreakable because Thanes not only believe in, the Nordic concept of Sovngarde, the idea that a warrior's death is going to be, your reward. It's where Shor wants you to go, but it's also the idea that they're tied to the land. These are people who have to fight to the death, because if they don't, their whole livelihood is invested in the land that they're defending. And inspiring nearby allies comes from the idea of, imagining that you're one of Skyrim's peasantry, even a guard who signed up for, patrol duty and is now getting sent to try and shore up defenses on a siege, and the Stormcloaks are battering down your walls. You think, oh, it's all over. And then you see, covered in furs, covered in bones, clinking like one of Ysgrimmor's old companions, this steel-plated dude just runs out to the front to go fight, the Stormlords. You're like, oh, everything's going to be all right. And if it's not all right and I die in battle, maybe I'll end up next to that guy and I get to talk to him. I get to talk to him in Sovngarde about how cool he is.
It's literally this sort of idea. Again, I am a huge Warhammer fan. For those of you that will allow me to flex for a moment, I've read the entire Horus Heresy and the entire Siege of Terra, and I've almost fully finished the Caiaphas Cain series in just under 2 years. But anyway, the point is, this is the equivalent of, like you said, a hold guard. This is the equivalent of an Imperial Guardsman seeing a Space Marine. It's like, I am going to fight beside that guy, and I'm going to die with honor with him because he's going to Sovngarde, and I want to ride his coattails. So these Thanes are beasts. Like, again, compared to an Imperial Legionary, Imperial Legionaries are 12-16. Thanes are 16-28. I don't even, the prefects are not even as good as the Thanes. I just went to the Legionary because the Legionary 12-16, it's a good middle 10. The Thanes are butchers. They will beat you down, and that's the thing. Sword and board. They're versatile. They can defend against a charge or an archery attack. They can defend against a medium cavalry charge. They are the do-everything penultimate Skyrim unit. They can just take it, and they're your bodyguard. This is to encourage you to do something that I am rather guilty of, which is send the unit in there. It's a strong unit. Use it. Don't just sit the bodyguard in the back, which is what I do far too often. The bodyguard is your best unit. Throw it in there. Use it. It'll get you a bunch of kills. The general will be fine instead of sitting in the back doing literally nothing the whole fight. This unit will do things for you. So please use the Thanes. And that's why we made them so powerful. It's like, hey, these are the ultimate Nord unit as far as, exemplifying how strong they are. So now we're going to get into... Actually, I think we're going to skip the ships part of this because it's very basic. It's very simple. But we'll go back to ships because I do believe that's the end of the roster until we get to the scripts. So, Sebastian, would you like to read the script for Fate Inescapable, Honor Unstained, the Civil War script for the Kingdom of Skyrim?
More than happy to, folks. This is what we mean when we talk about giving a new player experience with the lore and the immersion. This is part of it's a big load-bearing part of this project where we want to incentivize more long-term reason to play apart from the balances and stuff. And so, stuff like this flavor, and it's not even really flavor. I mean, this rework of really immersing you in is what we love to do. So, as loyal subjects of the Empire, the Kingdom of Skyrim has requested the assistance of Titus Mede II to put down the rebellion of the Jarl of Windhelm. In response, the Emperor has sent the finest general in the Empire, Tullius, to lead the effort to grind Ulfric's ambitions into the dust. But Tullius is beset on all sides by corruption, indecision, and a general lack of readiness in the native Nords. He must act quickly in order to restore the peace and stop Skyrim from becoming yet another sign of a failing empire struggling to stand. Skyrim... forgive me, I'll sit up in my chair for this because it's hard to breathe when you lay back.
Give this
I was actually...
boy.
I was unintentionally doing the Jarl sit on my chair. Skyrim will start in a very weak position on all fronts. The Stormcloaks, motivated by Ulfric's words and the terms of the White Gold Concordat stripping them of being able to worship Talos, will make moves... Actually, sorry, go on. Say what you were going to say, and then I'll redo this.
I'm going to give you an axe with 4 fire damage and 8 strikes before it runs out, and it will be your badge of office.
You've done well in helping my armies, Dragonborn. Here's an orcish axe with lifesteal. Don't ask me how I got it.
Here's a leveled enchanted weapon.
Here is insert leveled enchanted random weapon. Thank you, Dragonborn. Skyrim will start in a very weak position on all fronts. The Stormcloaks, motivated by Ulfric's words and the terms of the White Gold Concordat stripping them of being able to worship Talos, will make moves on Whiterun almost immediately, beginning the Skyrim Civil War. Thankfully, the Imperial Legion is here to help. Tullius comes equipped with a full army of high-quality troops to assist in the defense of Skyrim, lending the might of the Empire to Skyrim. However, this stack is the only Imperial troops that the Nords will receive until victories are won for the Empire. More Legion troops will come once the Stormcloaks have been beaten back, but that will be a tough challenge. Most of Skyrim will feature no barracks or armories at the start, requiring them to be constructed from scratch, to give the faction some form of defensive capability and to exemplify Skyrim's warrior culture. The Town Hall line will provide both hold guards and hold archers, though the development of a fully fleshed out military will take much time and money. The results will be well worth the investment. Once the Stormcloak Rebellion has been crushed and Ulfric is killed, Elisif will be crowned High Queen and the nation will be reunited. A large economic boost will be provided as a gift from the Emperor, and his final plans will be fully revealed. The Emperor himself will lead the war against the Aldmeri Dominion, while Tullius remains with Skyrim to lead their efforts against the Thalmor. However, being involved heavily with the affairs of Skyrim and the Empire since the war began, Elenwen will be ready. Skyrim and the Empire. It's actually E. No, you're right. You had it right the first time.
Okay, thank you.
Skyrim and the Empire will be assaulted by the reformed Aldmeri Dominion, with multiple stacks spawning in both countries. The High Elves will target Kvatch, Skingrad, and ultimately Imperial City. In Skyrim, they will land near Dawnstar, Solitude, and Windhelm. If these armies are defeated, the faction will then be free to expand in any direction. The message attached to the announcement will encourage the player to choose freely which nations to strike. Great House Redoran and the Clan of Crowns are obvious targets, but Titus Mead will also say that the Vampire Lords of Northpoint are causing trouble in High Rock. And finally, he will request, but not demand, that the Nords attack the Isle of Somerset and stop the Thalmor in their tracks. The Emperor of Cyrodiil will provide ships to the Nords to use and lend them the expertise of his shipbuilders to allow them to sail the seas as Ysgramor did before them. The choice is up to the player. They will retain Tullius and all of the units that the Empire has given them, and their victory conditions will be completely open. The player may then spread the might of Skyrim across the world of Tamriel, singing the songs of Sovngarde as they bring death to their enemies.
So the idea for the Kingdom of Skyrim is the classic, hey, we're trying to remain loyal to the Empire. We are trying to do our best to hold a faltering Skyrim together. And so one of the beautiful things about Skyrim is, to this day, people argue about the results of the Civil War. Would it be better if Ulfric won the Civil War on the side of the Stormcloak rebels? Absolutely not. That's absolutely not a viable option. Ulfric, please, have a Snickers. But anyway, but that's the idea of this project, is it gives you the idea, the opportunity to explore those options, and like, well, if the Elder Scrolls isn't going to let me win the Civil War for Skyrim as the Stormcloaks, then I'm going to win it myself. Like, I'm going to take it. And so Skyrim as the faction itself, the Kingdom of Skyrim, the Loyalist faction, we decided once you've won the Civil War, gloves are off, you can do whatever you want. Because if you look at it strategically, tactically, the really interesting question about what happens with Skyrim is, if Ulfric wins the Civil War, what's he gonna do? He's such an interesting character. It's obviously a rebellion led by a very interesting and charismatic political figure. What's gonna happen? Hey, what happens if the Kingdom of Skyrim wins the Civil War? Oh, I don't know. Like, Skyrim helps fight the Thalmor, I guess. But that's the point, is it's a boring question. So we decided to make it boring. No. We decided to make it open-ended. We decided to allow you, like, Hammerfell has ceded from the Empire. Morrowind is constantly causing trouble on Skyrim's eastern border. High Rock exists. And so it's this whole question of, hey, what would the loyal Kingdom of Skyrim do? Most likely they'd help fight off the Aldmeri Dominion, but we wanted to give the player the open-ended choice of, like, hey, you can just go and play and conquer, which is why the win conditions of Skyrim, the Kingdom of Skyrim, will be open-ended. Just conquer a certain number of regions and hold your holdings, your home settlements. Just win the game. And so that's sort of with Skyrim, because it's the Kingdom of Skyrim. It's the quote-unquote boring choice, but we still made it interesting by giving you the opportunity to naval invade other factions. And that's where I'll hand it over to Sebastian. And we sort of talked about the Empire giving Skyrim ships. as if the Nordic factions need ships. Because Sebastian, aren't the Nords a naval faction, one of the most powerful naval factions in all of the Elder Scrolls? Because that's how they conquered Skyrim, right? They're a naval faction, right?
Yeah, absolutely. As everyone knows, the Falmer consolidated their power along with the Dwemer in coastal settlements, and it was the Nords and their giant armored warships which blockaded the Falmer into submission. No, they pulled a Ragnar Lothbrok. They gathered as many longships as they could, forwarded all of their, stored all their foot units on the longships, and then broke across the Sea of Ghosts to land in Skyrim. They're a naval invasion faction. They're not a naval combat faction, and that might not seem like a big distinction, but it is. Cyrodiil is a trade power. Cyrodiil has the incentive, as it were, to consistently protect their ships with bigger and better and more giant ships, as you see in the Cyrodiil harbor. And in Solitude and in Windhelm, you'll see foreign ships definitely have, quite the decked out, giant appearances. But historically, the only cultural ships that the Nords themselves own are longships. Even Jorvaskr itself is a giant longship repurposed into a longhouse. And so the Nord ethos is the ship has to be good enough to get me across the water and hold a lot of men so I can hop off onto the land and invade. And that's the Nord ethos of the faction. Now, Kingdom of Skyrim, in their Imperial cooperation, are thankfully going to have access to that. And you can also make the argument through the Stormcloaks, well, you might have a trade agreement with the Red Guards or some other faction, so you can thankfully eventually get to the point where you get some other foreign ships. But in terms of ships that belong to Nords, if you're contracting Nord shipbuilders to make ships immediately, they're going to make longships, because that's what they feel that their ships are the best for, and that's how to use them, is for naval invasion and not naval combat.
And that is why we will now cover the two ships that the Nords can get. So, the Nordic longships. Sebastian, again, you know Nord lore better than I do. Please read off the basic starter ship for... I can't get through without laughing at him.
Yeah.
No, please no. I'll be here.
There's a reason that Ysgramor lost 2 sons on the trip to Skyrim. Though once the terror of the Sea of Ghosts in the days of Ysgramor, the Nords have long since left their ancestry of seaborne warfare. However, the Nords are not completely divorced from their old ways, and small boats are still used for trade and light raiding up and down the coasts of northern Tamriel. Not able to engage other ships in a straight fight, the Sons of Skyrim use their vessels as transports to bring their fierce warriors into the fight. With, 4 attack for a crude weapon and 3 defense skill. Because, I don't know, maybe if you try to attack an Aldmer... an Aldmer expeditionary ship with like a Nord raiding vessel, it's not going to go so well.
The idea of ships is they're rather low stats, and the weapon type is always crude. That's just the way that the unit works in Medieval 2. But the real kicker, and we'll get to this when we get to the Galleon, which, by the way, the Galleon, we've done our research, the Galleon is used by nearly every single people group in all of the Elder Scrolls lore. Every faction has access to the Galleon, almost every faction anyway. So the Galleon is like the universal stopgap ship that everybody gets because the lore says they do. The Nordic longship gets 10 things. And this is not like Medieval 2, the ship counts are 50. I don't think that means 50 ships. I think that means like a ship, like 50 crewmen. So right. A Nordic longship is crewed by 10 people. Sebastian, please read the Galleon for us.
Used throughout all of Tamriel by men and mer alike, the Galleon is the premier warship for an enterprising power. Featuring multiple sails, dozens of mariners, and plenty of cargo space, the Galleon is a familiar sight from any shoreline in Nirn. An undisputed claimant of the waves and surf from Somerset to Vardenfell.
Yeah, Galleons have 50 and an attack of 15 and a total defense of 15.
It's a lot better. It's a lot better.
It's a lot better. We have joked that when making these units that, Sebastian, how many units of Galleon do you think a full stack of longships could beat? 2, maybe 3?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's the question of how many, how many like Viking era longships do you think would you need to take down a medieval like a pirate era, like a Shogun 2 era, like European warship? I mean, it's a very funny hypothetical, but it's like, I mean, there's gonna be a lot of dead Nords, I think, if you try that. It's just not really what they're built for.
Viking versus a Roman soldier. No, Viking longship versus Spanish galleon.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, why are you in a canoe?
What are those oars? Are you using those as your primary mode of locomotion? What are you doing? So no, it is like, hey, we gave you longships so that you can have access to the navy, but the second a pirate ship shows up, or the second that's half of the quests on coastal Skyrim is, hey, this ship got sunk. It's go out to it. Like, that's the deal, is like the ships are not capable at all. Deja is going to stab you. It's we need to move on, because now we're going on to the buildings. For those eagle-eyed of you, we've done the Kingdom of Skyrim, and it's been just under 2 hours. I hope you guys have drinks and snacks, because we're going to be here a while. So the buildings of Skyrim. This is something we talked about with the design philosophy, is Skyrim does not have a lot of developed buildings. Look, I get it. Like, this is medieval too. But at the same time, first off, for those of you worried, Skyrim is going to have more settlements. The whole map is going to have more settlements that are in base TESTW. We're going to have other, like, for example, Karthwasten and Riverwood and, Karthwasten and, Rorikstead are villages in the game, same as Dragon's Bridge. We're going to include Riverwood in there. We're going to have Ivarstead. Ivarstead's already technically a town there. The point is, we're going to add more settlements. Don't worry. There's going to be a wider variety of settlements in the actual game. So there will be more recruitment potential for both sides. We're not going to give Skyrim like 5 settlements in the Stormcloaks 4 and just go at it. There's going to be a wide variety of recruitment, and the buildings you can build in these settlements will allow you to have that. Like it said in the script, you're going to be able to recruit your low-tier units at a very high rate, because that's the point of it. It is a bunch of hold units fighting for it with a bunch of special units helping out. So we're going to sort of skim over these rather than go through it all the way like we did with the Empire Cyrodiil, because a lot of the information is the same. There's a small upkeep bonus for each tier, including a free upkeep slot on the walls themselves, because as a design philosophy for myself, I choose to believe that a city should be able to host its own guards regardless of any extra buildings. However, your stone wall, your actual city, like Whiterun or something, Solitude has I would believe I'd say huge stone wall. But anyway, stone-walled cities can recruit a hold guard, and you get a bonus recruitment slot to allow you to recruit that hold guard. That is the point, is that Skyrim's strength, they'll get stronger in the ability to recruit their units as you level up the cities, because the Nords are a warrior culture. Just the fact of there being so many Nords there is going to give you a higher recruiting pool. The large stone wall, which is the top tier, is going to give you 2 hold guard, an additional hold archer, 2 recruitment slots, and a general's bodyguard. Once you get to large stone wall, which huge stone walls are generally reserved for unique settlement, like unique battle maps, large stone walls, which are large cities, are going to be able to recruit a lot more and maintain a strong garrison with like 3 free upkeep slots. Because that's the point of the Nords, is they are that warrior ethos. We want to make recruiting better if the city is bigger. So that's a special thing that Skyrim gets, and you'll see that reflected with the Stormcloaks as well. Same thing with castles, except castles are a bit more beneficial in the early tiers. A wooden fort gives you a hold guard and an upkeep slot. Keeps give you 2 hold guard and a recruitment slot. And then strongholds, which are the fortress tier, give you 3 free upkeep slots, 2 hold guard, a hold archer, and 2 recruitment slots. You can literally just fill the strongholds with hold guard units and like leave them. It's like a castle will always be easy to retrain those units, because that's where, rather than in the city where you see the guards walking around Whiterun complaining about you, asking about your sweet roll again, is that the castles, the actual forts in Skyrim, the ones full of bandits that you're asked to retake as part of the game, it kind of makes sense that Skyrim would make use of those once you've cleared them out and not just leave them completely abandoned and derelict. Anyway, that's our idea there, is that yes, they fill them with guards and they keep training more, and if you want actual training, go to the fort just outside the city. And so that's the design philosophy with that. Now, your mustering hall, which is your barracks line. Yes, Skyrim has the barracks bowyer stables line. The standard mustering hall gives you 3 hold guard. That is a lot of hold guard, and that is the point. It is literally get this building up, give these men weapons, and put them on the wall. That is the point, and it'll be the point for the Stormcloaks too. Skyrim is going to be massive stacks fighting each other, but they're not going to be the best stacks. The garrison quarters, your second tier barracks, will give you 4 hold guard and 1 Nordic warrior. The command post. I actually like what we did with some of the names on these. We didn't just go the classic, whatever. We actually went up in naming convention for all of these. The command post is 4 hold guard, 2 Nordic warriors, and 2 Nordic spear guard. Again, you're seeing the solid jump from garrison quarters to command post. We are giving you a bunch more than just like an extra Nord warriors. We're giving you off the bat 2 Nordic spear guard to start. Until you get to that 3rd tier, you do not have any anti-cav. But then your Nordic spear guard anti-cav are very, very solid. So once you get Nordic spear guard, you don't have to worry about cavalry until you start fighting way rest of the Empire. The militia drill square. Your hold guard get an experience point, and you get 3 Nordic warriors, 3 Nordic spear guard, and you finally have the ability to equip dismounted housecarls and send them into battle. The housecarls no longer have to sit in the Jarl's hold eating food and drinking mead. You can actually equip them and send them out. The militia barracks. You get hold guard at 3 points of experience. Yes, triple bronze chevrons on recruitment. You get 4 Nordic warriors, 4 Nordic spear guard, 2 dismounted housecarls, a Son of Skyrim and a Sovngarde spearman, and a recruitment slot. This is when you start putting those high-tier units in your armies with a bunch of Nordic warriors and maybe some hold guard. But like we're talking, you are a military machine at this point. This is your second to highest tier barracks. This is when you are pumping out your standard Nord units backed up by your best. And then finally, the army barracks. Your hold guard, which are not very good at all, come out with a silver chevron of experience. For anybody that's played any Medieval 2 mod, a silver chevron on a unit on recruitment is dope. It is an awesome buff to get. And for your starting unit, we felt it was deserved. Your Nordic warriors and Nordic spear guard have a point of experience. You get 2 dismounted housecarls, 2 Sons of Skyrim, and 2 Sovngarde spearmen, and an additional 2 recruitment slots. The barracks for Skyrim is busted. The reason it's this busted is because you don't start with a barracks in most of your settlements. You have nothing, which is why you have to, when you really, really invest. That's what makes the thematic flavor of Skyrim good, is like, hey, what's the best building in Skyrim's line? The barracks. Just build them, pump them out, and go. Sebastian, I've been rambling. Please insert your thoughts.
I mean, we're gonna, as much as possible, we're gonna lean towards not just immersive flavor, but in terms of incentivizing, into the, not in hand-holding and railroading what factions you fight against and how you play, but in making the playstyle fit the kingdom that you've chosen. So for Kingdom of Skyrim, it's going to be, your army barracks, because that's what's going to be your powerhouse to lean on as Nords, as warriors. For the orcs, it's going to be forges, because that's baked into that faction and that kingdom's ideas of how that should operate. And for something like the Aldmeri, it's going to be about law or about magic, stuff like that. For Valenwood, it's going to be about hunting, those kind of resource gathering things. That's going to be giving you those sort of boons. Like, we are leaning into making, just as much as the units are going to be reflective of the Elder Scrolls flavor and lore, we're going to make the buildings that way too.
Absolutely. Which is why we're going to get to the rest of Skyrim's buildings. Your stable line. Um, Tier 1 gives you a patrol rider. Congratulations. Tier 2, the House Carl Stables, gives you 2 patrol riders and a House Carl. Congratulations. The Jarl's Stables, the top tier, if for some reason you decide that you, as Skyrim, want to cosplay as a cavalry nation, you get 3 patrol riders with a point of experience and 2 House Carls and a bonus recruitment slot. That recruitment slot alone is worth the cost of admission right there. That alone is just great. It's like, hey, you just get a recruitment slot because, honestly, we have to make these stables not suck somehow. Because you have 2 units, and one of them is dog. Now, the Bowyer. No, this is less of a problem. Same thing here, is that the Bowyer gets you 2 hold archers. Again, starting archer, 3 missile damage. It's perfectly serviceable, and it'll get you that balance of like, hey, I have like, for every 3 hold guard, I have 2 hold archers. That's a great starting army. Just, I need my sword on board and I need my archers, and they'll do fine. Especially when you see what you're up against with the Stormcloaks, you'll be fine with the Bowyer giving you 2 hold archers at the start. The archery range gives you 3 hold archers and 2 Nordic archers. I tell you what, the 2 Nordic archers that gives you is probably worth 3 or 4 of the hold archers at minimum, just for the armor piercing alone. And then the marksman's range gives you 4 hold archers, 2 Nordic archers, and a dragon slayer's unit. We are not going to give you a building that gives you more than one of those, and their replenishment time will be relatively high, because I'm not letting you run half a stack of the dragon slayers. It's not fair. And then, of course, you get a recruitment slot. And that's something else we'll touch on. We'll actually touch on that when we get to the Aldmeri Dominion. One of the second anniversary questions we have is, what's going to be the replenishment rate? Is it going to be more medieval, or is it going to be like multiple turns for recruiting a unit, and then that unit has like a 20-turn replenishment time? We'll cover that when we get to the Aldmeri Dominion, because that is a specific feature of their faction. But continuing on with the Skyrim building line, this is where we decided to get really thematic, and we decided to make the Town Hall line something truly special. We have the Longhouse, the Jarl's Court, the Jarl's Throne Room, like you see up in not Markarth, you see up in places like Dawnstar, where they actually have like a throne room, or like in Falkreath, where it's an actual throne room, or, of course, Whiterun. And then you have the Jarl's Folkmoot, which I always thought was a beautiful thing. Sebastian actually came up with most of this line of like how to flavor this to be more of a sort of Vikinger, if that's the correct term, not Viking, Vikinger sort of grouping. And my other friends like Arden and an Irish friend of mine who is familiar with the history of this sort of culture informs me of how they held their house of government. So Sebastian, would you like to just read off the stats here and talk about the philosophy behind them?
Yeah, absolutely. Like the ethos that we wanted to go for was the idea that they were still adopting this kind of idea of feudal imperial courts like you see in Solitude, but with a Germanic slant. The idea that the Germanics had, the Tingmeet or the Moot or the like the Volksgang, things that basically actually, I don't know, the Hulmgang might be what I'm talking about, but sorry, no, the Tingmeets and things like that, where their early tribal governments were decided by the council of leaders, minor leaders in the governed, who were going to lend a more sort of a unified kind of like almost familial kind of government style. And so, like the Jarl's Longhouse is the earliest iteration of that. 5% law, 1 public happiness, 1 hold guard, 2 recruitment slots. That's where you can think of kind of Morthal, something like that, where the Jarl comes from one specific family, and people will pop in to see the Jarl, but most of all, like overall, a town like Morthal is just kind of goes about its own business, and they don't really have to worry too much about things like that. Jarl's Court is going to be kind of along those lines. It's a little bit more sophisticated, in terms of the border settlements and stuff like that, like Dawnstar, where they are at least able to have a place of governance where they've got consolidated power around them, and they've got 1 or 2 advisors. Kind of think Winterhold almost. 10% law, 2 public happiness, 1 hold guard, 3 recruitment. They've got a decent route set down, and they've got a couple legal facilities, in place for their home. For the Jarl's Throne Room, just like Rook said, it's a lot more like given a place like Riften or a place like Markarth, as it were. They've got real dedicated throne rooms and a couple attendance processes for lawmaking and meetings and things like that, but their governors don't necessarily live with them. And that's going to give you 15% law, 3 public happiness, -1 squalor, hold guard archers, and recruitment slots. You're starting to deck things out. It's going to make you that like 3rd tier kind of settlement. And then the Jarl's Folkmoot, that's Solitude and Windhelm all the way. Those are giant, expansive palaces, really, where you've got attendants, governors, thanes, everyone involved in the legal process can effectively live in that 1/4 of the city. Not so much like the Cloud District, but really more like the Blue Palace section and the Palace of the Kings section, which are really big swaths of governing these huge cities. And that's why it gives you things like 20% law, 4 public happiness. It cuts the squalor down, 2 points, 2 hold guard, 2 archers. These are effectively their own sectors of the city dedicated to having the people closest to the Jarl, or the people who are going to have deciding opinions on legislature, like actually conduct real long-standing hour-long meetings. Think the Peace Council, but a lot less boring and a lot more productive in terms of trying to come up with solutions to the war.
Solutions to the war, you cut out right after that, Sebastian.
Oh yeah, no, just that.
Okay,
you
perfect.
think of the Peace Council, but a lot more war solutions and a lot more day-to-day stuff that's gonna hold court and take up a couple hours. I mean, I think Assassin's Creed Valhalla sort of goes into this in terms of the Germanic government, where you get to hold court and decide things, but that would be more like the 2nd or 1st tier, where it's just like a long house that you talk to people in.
Absolutely. And again, this sort of leads into our ability here of like, hey, what is the main way to get the player to 9 recruitment slots? Because I feel like that as a feature should be available to all factions. Well, with Skyrim and with most factions, it's the town hall line. Like combined with other things, it's like, well, what's the difference if everybody's main recruitment slots are tied up with the town hall line? Well, Skyrim gets bonus units to add to that. And again, if you think about it, like, hey, the mustering hall gives me 3 hold guard, my city gives me a hold guard, making it 4, and the Jarl's Folkmoot gives me 6. Like 6 total. Isn't that a lot? Yes! That is a lot of hold guard. That is the point. That is the point. You need men. And so your first thing you should do is build a Jarl's Longhouse so you can get your recruitment slots up, and then you can build a mustering hall to get your number of hold guard up, so you can actually start fighting this war, because Tullius is in Castle Dour talking about you damn Nords and your stupid traditions while you're not fighting a war. And so that's the idea here, is that for Skyrim, it's all about pumping out your low-tier units of, like, going to the Jarl saying, my Jarl, I wish to fight for Skyrim, and one day go to Sovngarde. Yes, please, give this boy a sword and let him go.
Yeah, they're having to deal with them. I mean, Tullius is... They've told Tullius for so long, oh, well, Ulfric's causing all this trouble. You're going to have to go soon, maybe in a couple months. And Tullius has been making all of these preparations, and he's like, oh, well, surely the war is not that bad if I go in a couple months. The Imperial Council, the military councils are doing their best to plan things. He just killed the High King. It's
What?
that bad? They just sent him 2 months late to govern a province that he is supposed to have been there like 2 months ago to stop the war from getting this bad.
And now he is desperately trying to hold things together, which is why when Tullius spawns for the Kingdom of Skyrim, you'll have units of the Imperial Legion, which again, we covered in the last video. Those Legionnaires and Legion Auxiliaries and Legion Auxiliary Archers are going to be useful, because your army is going to be much lower in quality than the Legion. Yep. But you need that in order to actually do something.
The Nords are all playing medieval too, like, we'll slaughter them. Tullius is playing Rome too and failing. He's like, the taxes, I've not been able to manage this. They're all stupid. They're all dumb. We should have been killing them like way earlier than this. They sent me to go manage this new province like 3 weeks late. Oh my God.
What do you mean he got the Thorn Crown? What even is that?
What are you talking about? Yeah, Tullius runs a YouTube channel where he goes fixing my province's disaster saves. and he has to go. He has to go help the prophets who are already failing to go win. But thankfully, under Tullius and Elisif's counsel, he's like, okay, we can scrounge a win out of losing half the country.
And now Balgruuf doesn't want to listen. It's tell him that the Stormcloaks are coming. Tell him they've got a dragon. I don't know. Just tell him something. But the armory tree for Skyrim, it's relatively straightforward. If we go down the list, it's, we slowly stack up, like, hey, you get additional armor to most of your units. And the fun part about Skyrim's armory is that all of your tier 2 units can get up to 3 points in armor, which is really, really nice for like Nordic Spearguard and Nordic Warriors to get a +3 to armor. It'll really make them be able to hold that much better. And an additional point of armor on Sons of Skyrim, Sovngarde Spearmen, the Dragon Slayers, the Thanes. They don't need that. Nobody needs that. But they have it anyway. So again, armor is very, very straightforward. And thankfully, it's one of the easiest things to decide on for any mod project. Is just, hey, give them better armor. Give them a slowly stacking bit of stats as we go up the line. Now, your ports. Ports in this game are for trade and for population growth, because that's how expansion works, is trade. You get your standard port, 0.5 population growth, 0.5%, and then 1 trade fleet and a single Nordic longship. Your dockyard, 2 longships, 2 trade fleets, and if you've completed the script if you've won the Skyrim Civil War, you get galleons. Shipwright, again, 3 trade fleets, 1% population growth, 2 longships, and 2 galleons. Like, okay, you're a Nord who's put significant effort into developing a coastal shipwright to create and build ships. The local settlers look at you like you're crazy, but you can make galleons now. So it's like, hey,
trust me, it's worth it.
Same thing with the warehouses. It's a warehouse and a merchant wharf. Skyrim does have these. You plunder multiple of them in both ESO and Skyrim. It's okay. Same thing with trade. There's nothing special here. Skyrim is not a trading nation, but you still get the same thing we talked about with the Empire, where there is still, because that's one of the things is like, oh, the Nords aren't really trade-focused people. Brother, it's trade in a feudal / medieval / fantasy kingdom. It's always going to be welcome. The type of trade can be special, but like, that's flavor, not statistics.
Trade. What are we, the Empire?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, hey, my merchant's quarter is the same as the Empire's. Good for you. Do you want to have a worse economy than the Empire for no discernible reason whatsoever? Like, your trade is not the thing here, so you just have good trade buildings. Same thing with your farms. However, we did actually give them special names. Sebastian did some decent research, and we came up with, yes, basic land clearance, because Skyrim is a heavily wooded and mountainous nation. But then we also have small farmsteads, and freeholds, something that we have discussed because, as you guys are aware, surrounding Whiterun are a large number of farms. And so we decided to dub these freeholds, sort of like people like Nazim owning a freehold out there. Sort of, who's the guy that Cicero is trying to bother to fix the wagon again? Remind me his name.
Oh, I know exactly who you're talking about. That farmer that Cicero is bugging.
He's like, please help me move my mother. But that's the point. Is that these are freeholds owned by a wealthy aristocrat who hires people to help work on the farm. They have the ear of, it's like what Nazim's wife says. Have you seen my husband? He's probably up the Jarl's backside. It's like, that's the point, is they are a well-to-do, wealthy landowner, and they are in the Jarl's ear because they are wealthy and well-to-do, and they probably provide a significant percentage of the
income.
Food.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
for all you Witcher fans out there who've played The Witcher 3, when you go through that huge sprawling city of Novigrad and you think like, well, what's the rest of the map if Novigrad is this big? And it's just like that many levels of farm, that many tiers of farmland just like spreading across the landscape. That's exactly why. The Hearthfire covers this as much as it can with the scale being shrunk down for Skyrim's sake, because obviously you can't have a map that big. But yeah, in Hearthfire, when you get this manor that you start building on the outskirts that's got farms and other, auxiliary things and attendants. That's effectively what you're doing. It's Nazim. It's, the people, not just the farms who are right outside the city gates who are kind of like tied to it. I'm talking about manors and estates on a pretty big swath of land outside the whole city. And that's where the Thanes unit actually comes from. Those are the sons and the cousins and the nephews of those wealthy manor-owning estate farmers who are trying to get an estate themselves by hunting and fighting in the army.
Absolutely. And so going through the last of the building here, roads and dirt roads. They're roads and dirt roads. I don't need to explain them. So the mines, again, we've decided to slap a minor public happiness debuff on them because mines are broken. However, Sebastian, you are very familiar with the culture of Skyrim and its history. So please describe what we did for the temple system here. Even though statistically it's very basic, describe the flavor we decided to do for these.
Yes. So, admittedly, for the Kingdom of Skyrim, we have kind of finagled our way around it, where you have kind of this idea. And again, to go back to Lupus's question way back, which was talking about where the old lore comes in. This is where the old lore starts to come in. Temples of Orki, Ysmir, Shor, choices that are kind of almost like Rome, choices of which god to venerate with which shrine, and the different benefits that they give you are going to be present in the Kingdom of Skyrim. And yes, the Thalmor have banned the worship of Talos, but they're kind of ignorant to the realities that the Kingdom of Skyrim has existed before Talos was a popular human god. So Ysmir, who is, what Talos gets folded into sometimes, or Shor, still happens. And, the idea between that also is, when you play the Imperial Legion in Skyrim, the game, it's pretty open secret that even the Imperial citizens still worship the man gods. It's really not, they haven't actually given up. It's just whether or not they want to be an open rebellion about it or not. And so we're giving these Jarls the options for building the temples of Orki, Ysmir, Shor, the early Atmoran god. We don't have any totem gods, no, because those aren't worshipped by the Nords by this point. But Orki, Ysmir, Shor, these things, foundational old lore gods for the Nords of Skyrim, who are going to venerate these kind of old spirits. Like, Shor, have mercy on you. We don't want the old Nord religion to purely be worshipped by the bandits.
Absolutely. It's literally just a bit of flavor that we could specifically make for Skyrim because it was there. Brothels and inns, it's just public happiness and income. We're not going any further than that. That's just the point. We've already talked in the previous thing about how agents are going to be limited. We wanted to touch on this a little bit, and we can simply mention it in passing here. Spies and assassins are more special than coming out of a brothel or an inn. There will be very limited access to spies and assassins, but as we've said, we're reworking every single trait and ancillary in the game, meaning that when you get a spy or assassin, they will have spiked stats, so they'll be at least level 5 or level 6 as far as subterfuge is concerned, and likely a little bit better if you really dedicate yourself to playing a faction that specializes in them. Like, for example, the Dunmer faction's getting access to the Morag Tong. They'll have easy access to assassins as a feature of those campaigns, and there will be other ways to get spies and assassins, but not through standard recruitment. We wanted to make that special because literally the easiest thing to do in any Medieval 2 project is get a spy, get him high level enough, and just bypass walls. It makes every single siege the easiest thing in the world.
Yep, and for the record, when we say access to the Morag Tong, that's us shedding light on the idea that we do have plans for the Third Era, because as you all know, in the Fourth Era, the Morag Tong aren't supposed to exist. But in the Third Era, legalized murder is very welcome.
Absolutely. It'll be a legitimate strat for some factions. And then finally, look, catapults make a visible appearance in Skyrim. So you have a Siege Workshop, and then you have a Siege Works. One ballista, one catapult. We don't want the AI spamming siege. You can have catapults if you want them. It's okay. It's fine. It's there.
It's just for the lore accurate recreation of the Siege of Whiterun.
It's literally like, again, people will complain if we don't have siege weapons, so they're your siege weapons. And then we have your quote-unquote special building. And this is literally just super straightforward. Sebastian, what is the focus of Skyrim? What is the focus of the faction at large? What is their main thing? What are you supposed to be doing as Skyrim?
War and honor.
Exactly. And so what does Skyrim's unique building for their entire tree allow you to do?
It sounds like it helps them make war and honor.
Yeah! So we have the Hall of Fallen Heroes, which is literally just a massive hall shrine that allows you to have 2 recruitment slots and 2 free upkeep slots. It's literally a place where you take the children and go, you'll be a soldier. Literally, it's where you go, and it's like a bonus recruitment slot. You build 1 Hall of the Fallen Heroes, and you build your top tier of barracks, and you're already at 7 recruitment slots. Then you build a Hall of the 500, literally a warrior's lodge where people eat and drink and tell stories of the old days of Ysgramor's Great March, where the ancient descendants of the 500 gather up. Literally, this is like a rip-off Jorvaskr in the settlement, where it gives you 4 recruitment slots and 4 free upkeep slots. Congratulations, you build that building at the top tier of your barracks, and you're at 9 recruitment slots, which is your end goal for a military faction. So it's literally just, what does Skyrim need? More recruitment. So that's what we decided to do. We may buff them up later to more stuff, but as a unique building, I do think they're fine. I think that's all they really need is more. Which, hey, it's Skyrim. You need it just works.
It just works.
It just works. Now, how long have we been going? 2 hours and 9 minutes.
Did you want to take a second intermission real quick?
I would not mind grabbing a drink real quick before we get into the Stormcloaks. Sebastian, will you please read over the admittedly much shorter general philosophy of the Stormcloaks? I'll be listening in, but I will be grabbing a drink.
Perfect. And then as soon as I'm done with the general philosophy, I think I'll take an intermission as well. As soon as that if that overlaps and there's some silence, we'll edit that down, thankfully. The Stormcloaks general philosophy is this, folks. I'm sure some of you have skipped to this and been like, where's my Ulfric? I want my Ulfric. The Stormcloak roster revolves around 2 universal truths, a high charge stat and armor piercing. Most units in their ranks will have armor piercing as part of their kit, and they will easily carve through any well-armored force. However, they pay for this in professionalism and morale. Their cavalry options are highly limited, and due to the upstart nature of the rebellion, it will take quite some time for their units to achieve the same rank of the more experienced warriors they face. The morale response will not be as high as their loyalist brothers, though their overall morale will be high, meaning that morale shocks will be more consequential for the Stormcloaks. Routes will be harder to achieve, but possible all the same. Their armor and defensive skills will also be lacking to compensate for their standard strategy of battering the enemy into submission. Ulfric Stormcloak must seize the holds of Skyrim quickly before the Empire can bring their legions to bear, and he does not have the luxury of a long war or many resources. As such, the conflict will be bloody, and the Stormcloaks will have to fight like men possessed to reclaim their home.
I have made it back just in time. Allow me to sit as I regale you with my favorite faction in all of the Elder Scrolls. Folks, the Stormcloak Rebels. Despite... Look, I'm an Imperial loyalist. I believe that Titus Mede II did what he could. I believe that there was no choice, after being battered to pieces by the Aldmeri Dominion, to sign the White Gold Concordat. I don't believe that Ulfric should have killed Torrig by immediately challenging him, that Ulfric should have tried to be a little bit more tactful and tried to ask him to go independent as a matter of policy, rather than going up to him and challenging him for the throne of Skyrim in the old Nordic way. However, Ulfric did not commit murder. He's not a Thalmor spy. He's not a tool or a puppet for the Thalmor. He's not doing their bidding, except in the idea of making sure Skyrim stays at war And if he wins the Skyrim Civil War, he's not gonna be some tyrant. Unless you make him one. And so, that's the idea that we have here with the Stormcloaks. It is the much more politically interesting option. However, as far as gameplay is concerned, they are the most straightforward faction in the entire mod because almost every single unit in their roster has armor piercing. We'll get into what makes the faction interesting, and something that Sebastian and I have spent actually the greater part of a year planning out and discussing, the whole story behind the Stormcloak Rebellion and what actually happens when you win. You back, Sebastian?
I am.
Perfect. Let's begin the Stormcloak roster with the Unblooded. Sebastian, please. Save me the
You're
trouble.
You're finally awake.
Save me the
Unproven
trouble, please.
and untested. Yeah, unproven and untested. These brash men have chosen to throw their support behind the Jarl of Windhelm. Marauding and pillaging what they can, these common rabble act more like a mob than an organized force. A wise general will send these men into battle first, occupying the enemy with their sheer numbers, while his more important troops carry him to victory. I've got 200 men to a unit, 5 attack, 2 defense, 3 charge, and they're just given a single crude weapon. These are Rolf Stonefist. I don't want them damn grayskins in my neighborhood. Or the man whose father was in the Markarth Rebellion, whose father, died in prison. This is the boy whose grandfather fought in the Battle of the Red Ring and was insulted when the Empire fell in the way that he believes it did. These are the bread and butter rebels who've just escaped execution at Helgen to join up with Ulfric Stormcloak and help him fight against the Empire for whatever reason. These are spirited peasants, effectively.
And they suck.
They do suck.
They are your trash. Literally, the original game describes Unblooded as those who cannot go out and kill an ice wraith or something. And so they're like, okay, well, you just get to fight on the front lines without any armor. And that's the point, is they are horde trash for you. Now, the Stormcloaks. The truest sons and daughters of Skyrim flock to the banners of Ulfric Stormcloak, ready to defend their homeland from an empire who brands them as criminals or wanting to rule themselves. The brave rebels of the Bear of Markarth fight with warhammers, battle axes, and greatswords, allowing them to punch through whatever armor their foes happen to be wearing. Filled with mead and courage in equal measure, these rowdy soldiers will hack and slash at anyone they can find, singing of the glory of Sovngarde as they fight. 200 soldiers to a unit with a 6 attack and a 4 charge and a total defense of 6, 2 of that being in armor, and they are armor piercing. Your main battle line unit is a 2-handed armor piercing warrior, mainly inspired by the fact that half of the Stormcloaks, more than half actually, in the actual game of Skyrim, wield 2-handed weapons, and almost every time, due to the way the AI handles those weapons, the AI always forgets to block. And so Stormcloaks with 2-handed weapons do more damage than the Sword and Shield Imperials. So often, if you're fighting Stormcloaks versus Hold Guard or even Imperial Legionaries, the Stormcloaks will often win those fights because they're using 2-handed weapons. And that's the idea here, is that the Hold Guard will lose to Stormcloaks because the Stormcloaks have armor piercing. Their armor is going to do next to nothing. 2-handed charge infantry, even if they're this low tier, are still going to do something. So
you almost said it just works again.
Did I almost say it just worked? I'm sorry.
No, it's hilarious because you were and it makes perfect sense. You're like, listen, the Stormcloaks will defeat them because of their stats. It's just how it is.
It's just how it is. You see that obscure political option? You can go there. See, it's that idea of that the Stormcloaks are gonna run in and they are going to kill you because you're in their way, and so that's your starting Stormcloak unit. Now we get to the Stormcloak archers. Sebastian, go ahead and read those boys for me, please.
Happily. Though they prefer to fight hand to hand, every Nord understands the value of a bow. Archers make up an integral part of Ulfric's host, whether as safer alternative to a straight fight or a valuable supporting unit to the army. Steadfast and capable, these men will cover their shield brothers and shield sisters in whatever they can, though they should not be relied upon to hold once the line has been broken.
Yes, so these are 4/5 with 3 missile attack. They're literally, I think, they are identical, I believe, to the hold archer. Literally just a low tier archer. Then we have a special unit that is technically tier 2, but we have the Battle Maidens. I still love, to this day, even more so for the fact that it's what convinced Sebastian that this project was worth working on with me, a comment I got on the ModDB page, somebody complaining and whining about us putting so many women in a medieval setting where women didn't actually fight, and there were no women on the battlefield, and all of you gooners who want to put a bunch of breastplate, literal like breastplate women on the battlefield, and all you stupid people have no respect for history or for the lore, and all of you people are idiots. And I just completely had nothing to do with him. I'm like, look, dude, this is a fantasy setting, and women fight. Women fight quite often. One of my favorite characters in the entirety of the Elder Scrolls in general, Uthgerd the Unbroken. She is my personal choice for a follower, not a wife, because I don't want to marry her, but as a follower of the Dragonborn, as the Dovahkiin, because I feel that she deserves the chance to redeem herself for her mistake that she very much caused because she couldn't hold her temper when she tried to join the Companions, and she regrets it, and she feels bad, but she's also jealous of the Companions because they kicked her out. But that's my point. It's like that story I love. I love giving someone like her a chance to redeem herself. Lydia. We talk about characters like Mjol the Lioness, who is extremely overrated, and I'm going to get crucified by the entire community for saying that, because I do not like Mjol at all. I think she's stupid. But anyway, Aela the Almalexia, Aela the Huntress, and we're just sticking to Whiterun here. We're not even talking about the other settlements in Skyrim. So the overarching point is, to that beautiful bastard who decided to say that it would be disrespectful to the lore and the history to include female units in our mod. This is for you, buddy. We decided to give you Battle Maidens as the Stormcloaks. In Skyrim, the right to a full life is earned by all. Every day in the Frozen Wastes is a gift, and the women of the land are just as revered as the men. These women have taken up arms in defense of their homes, not content to tend to the wounded and cook the food in camp. Their cries inspire the men in battle, singing to them of the glories of the Dragonborn and of Talos, their god. These ladies are actually a morale-boosting unit because the morale response of Stormcloak units is going to be pretty low. Morale shocks will be much more effective against your low-tier army, which is why these Battle Maidens will have the Chant ability. They will have a 12 attack, a 6 charge with two-handed melee weapons, and a 14 defense. They'll have some hefty armor on, and they'll be armor piercing. They can be a nice supplement to your army. However, they are meant to sit in the backline and constantly use the Chant ability, much like in the Americas DLC, where you have the priests of your chosen native faction, or the direct inspiration for this unit, the Uruk Overseers from Divide and Conquer. This unit is supposed to make sure that your army doesn't rout and it holds the line. Everybody understands that in Med 2, you need to have a general leading your units, or they're going to rout. They're just going to rout so much faster. Even in Divide and Conquer, your unit's morale will waver relatively easily, but if you have Battle Maidens, your units can and will hold because the chanting will keep them in place. And in a pinch, the Battle Maidens will be able to step in and do a little bit of heavy hitting against some heavier enemy units, but again, there's only 50 of them. Sebastian, do you have anything to add for our beautiful ladies in armor?
I do, yes. Part of when we talk about that specific instance or the umbrages that people have with us, including women, not only do we include them as like this is the setting, this is what is in this setting. We do our best to make it as within the reasoning, the logic, and the cultures of the setting as possible because we think that the fans deserve that. For instance, if you worship Malakath as the orcs, there's a little hint right there for you on what that society is going to be like. But for Malakath orcs, stronghold orcs, women forge and men fight. And that will be reflected in that specific culture's ethos on women. But if you're asking the Nords, well, Nord women are rife in the fight. Linda Carter voices the ancient Nord warrior from the flashback sequence in Skyrim. Like, that's baked into the Nord's culture, and that's going to be reflected in the Nord units. It's going to be different from Valenwood to the Dunmer to the orcs, because that's how the Elder Scrolls works. It's not really a matter of us standing against something or picking. It's a matter of us being true to what the Elder Scrolls actually is, because we love it so much. That's what we adore about the setting, is the nuances that are taken in. It could be very easy to, for instance, with some other fantasy settings, just full sail carry over a lot of the typical European historical oppressions of other people, but that's not what the Elder Scrolls is, because the Elder Scrolls is a different, fleshed out world with its own cultures and its own people and their own histories. And so if Stormcloak Battle Maidens exist, which, by the way, the reason that we call them Battle Maidens is because a rich, I can't remember the family, I think it's the Snowshod family in Riften, talk about their dead daughter who was called a Battle Maiden in the Stormcloak lines. So that's something that we're really proud of, and not just adding women where they're lacking, but in directly picking out a source from the lore for it. That's something that we love to do. And so it's going to be reflected in the orcs and all the other cultures. We're going to deliver as accurate of a experience as possible.
Yes, and actually, she's one of my favorite side stories in all of Skyrim. Is this father you speak to, and he's broken. He's like, my daughter, she believed so much in the cause, but she didn't want to hurt her fellow Nords. She just wanted to help and to heal and to make sure that her countrymen. But she didn't care if you were an Imperial or a Stormcloak. She just wanted to help you because you were a Nord, and they killed her. They killed my little girl. And I'm like, oh, it hurts so bad. But that's the point.
Yeah.
Is that sort of thing happens. And so you have Battle Maidens, and it gives us a way to, from a mechanic standpoint, give you a rather unique thing for the Stormcloaks. It's like, hey, the Stormcloaks, we're being a little bit punishing with low morale response on this end, where you might be able to get chain routes on Stormcloak units because they're not as professional as Skyrim. Well, let's give them a unit to counteract that. Let's let them have a unit of Battle Maidens or two to just make that fight a little bit better. And also to just give a massive middle finger to the Thalmor patrols. If a unit of Battle Maidens are walking down the road singing their tales and they see a Thalmor patrol, they'll go, yeah, I've got time. Now, we get into the special flavor of the Stormcloaks. And like I said before, every unit has armor piercing, and the Unblooded and the starting Stormcloak archers are the only ones that do not have armor piercing, aside from one more unit in your roster for an obvious reason, and this is the Bone Breakers. Sebastian, please read these boys out for us.
Skyrim is subject to some of the harshest conditions in all of Tamriel, and these men have made their homes in it. They are strong and hardy folk, able to bring their might to bear against the foes of the Stormcloaks, serving as excellent line troops. Armed with solid steel hammers, maces, and shields, the Bone Breakers will crush the soldiers of any lesser army with ease.
So, the stats of these guys are 12 attack, 15 defense, and 6 charge. They are an armor-piercing sword and board, which is not something you often see unless it is a axe unit specifically, and these guys are using hammers and maces. That's sort of like the visual thing we're going to go for with these guys. These units are going to be much the same as they are in the current mod. They're going to be the ones wearing the big bear skins and the claws and everything like that. They're going to be your more berserker classic Stormcloak troops with the Bear of Markarth aesthetic and the inspired by Ulfric sort of idea. Again, those of you that remember, the Imperial Legion is almost exactly the same stat line. They're 12-16, except these guys have armor piercing. So if the Bone Breakers come up against the Legion, I dare say the Legion might possibly win, But my word, there's going to be nobody left. The Bonebreakers are going to, especially on the charge, the Legion have a 4 charge stat, the Bonebreakers have a 6. In a head-on charge, the Bonebreakers are going to take more heads than the Imperial Legion, and that's the point, is that once you get out of your baseline, like, okay, the Imperial Legion are 12-16, if you throw 3 units of Stormcloaks at them, you'll win. That's the point, because that's what makes these guys so good, is not only are they Nords, but the faction itself is armor-piercing focused. So, Bonebreakers, for being 12-15, are pretty middling stats when it comes to, like, tier 2 units. There will be tier 2 units that are better than them, or better trained. But the point about the Nords is that, like we said with Skyrim, they're better on the attack. And then tack armor piercing onto that, you get one of the most powerful factions in the game. And like we went into ad nauseum with the Empire of like how powerful they are and how strong they are, we also overemphasized their weaknesses of like, hey, don't fight them in a line, use your special units, use your things. It's like, hey, there's a bunch of Stormcloaks charging at us across an open field. What could we possibly do to stop them from getting into close combat with us, Sebastian?
It's a good question. I can't put my finger.
Oh, look, we brought half a stack of archers. Isn't that... Oh, look, and there's some cavalry, too. Don't they wish they had some horses in that army? Murder them. It's like...
Holds pike out.
Yeah, literally, it's like it is a purely infantry-focused faction, no professionalism, just raw power, and that's the point. It's like the Empire will see the Stormcloaks coming in and go, archers, pikemen, take them down.
Yeah.
So, Sebastian, I'll let you fully handle stats and description, the snow hammers.
I will do so. I wanted to say, I want the player experience to be like the scene in Braveheart where he goes, "Oh, I see. Fire on them. So we'll be hitting our own mercenaries. Bretons are expendable."
They are indeed. The snow hammers, please, Sebastian.
Yes. The measure of a man is taken at the moment of his death, and the snow hammers are experts at delivering it. Screaming as they recklessly attack their opponents, the mighty blows ring off of metal, stone, and bone, smashing any and all resistance. Though virtually uncontrollable once they pass into their battle rage, these men will fight furiously as their foes fall before them in endless droves. It's going to be 150 soldiers to a man, 150 soldiers to a unit. For two-handed weapons, got 16, 14, 12 with armor piercing and a really powerful charge.
It is...
Galmar Stonefist, everyone.
Charge infantry. They charge.
It's what they do.
That's the thing, is that you have a really solid anvil, and then you have an even more powerful hammer. It's the 12 charge bonus that makes them just insane. These are literally, again, you have no cavalry, but that's kind of beside the point. You have such powerful charge infantry that's why we also said, like, hey, you have no dedicated anti-cav. You guys will notice, and it will be a recurring theme, the Stormcloaks have no spearmen whatsoever. However, if a unit of cavalry gets tied up by the bone breakers, which is your line, and you flank them with a unit of snow hammers, I don't care what they're wearing, I don't care what horses they're riding, they're going to die. Like, that is the whole point, is like, I don't need spearmen when I can break your horse's neck by looking at him. And so that's the deal here, is like, no, you don't have dedicated anti-cavalry, you have dedicated anti-life.
You have dark matter.
Yeah, literally, I'm gonna hit you. Like, have you guys seen the Nordic steel warhammer with its rounded head and the spike on the back of it? Hit anybody's skull with that, and it's instant lobotomy. It's literally just stupid how brutal that thing is, and we're not even talking like the clawed Daedric warhammer. But anyway, that's my point about snow hammers, is they're your medium tier. Again, they're your tier 2. Let's keep going with actually your one of your premier units, your Ice Veins. The Smiths and Fletchers of Ulfric's army have refined their craft, fitting their archers with good suits of mail and specialized arrows made specifically for piercing armor. The Stormcloaks cheer the arrival of their more veteran brethren and hold the enemy in place for these soldiers to do their bloody work. Able to fire a strong volley, these men pull swords when their quivers run dry, able to leap into the fray to support the struggling line. This unit is supposed to be sort of a hybrid archer. Their melee attack of 7, defense of 7 with 4 armor. They actually will be able to hold up relatively well in melee. But the main thing that makes them special is their 5 missile attack, which is armor piercing. It's, again, better than the Nordic archers. Better than the specialized archers that get armor piercing for Skyrim, just a skosh better, as the Stormcloaks are more warlike, and they realize how badly they need this. The Ice Veins are just going to be that little bit better for archery units. Now, Sebastian, will you please cover the one cavalry unit that the Stormcloaks get?
Yeah. Skyrim's horses are renowned for their stamina, and the Stormcloaks have decided to use this to terrible effect on the field of battle. Mounting up with heavy suits of chainmail and heavier lances, they thunder down the mountainsides, blasting their way into the front and casting aside any foolish enough to stand in their way. Heavy and slow, these riders can be relied upon to break through enemy emplacements with ease. Attack of 5, defense of 13, and a charge of 18 with heavy lance, and then they can switch to sword and shield. Awesome charge, because the Stormcloak ethos is, come on, the gods won't give us another chance.
And so, those of you that have played as Dol Amroth or Rohan, or really enjoy France in Medieval 2 Total War, look at that charge 18 with a heavy lance and say, are you insane? And the answer is yes. But that's the point, is that these are 5-13 with a sword and shield. If you are like one of the most beloved members of the Medieval 2 modding scene, Galathier, Galu, I'm so sorry. If you ever decide to play this mod, you are going to absolutely let these guys die in melee. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, but there's nothing we can do to save you from your own mistakes. It's going to happen. And these Thunder Lancers are great. They're a great charge cav unit because at the end of the day, sometimes you just need a heavy charge cav unit. We decided to give one to the Stormcloaks, specifically, like we said before, as a reference to the fact of Skyrim's horses being heavy, slow, and yet having good stamina. These are your workhorse unit for your cavalry line. Sorry to make an obvious joke there. But they're your only one. And they're going to be expensive because you're Stormcloaks. You're not a cavalry nation. So moving on. Now we get into your top tier. This is where Skyrim's culture sort of blends with the Stormcloaks, of that it harkens back to the idea what we've had about like the feudal landholders and sort of the aristocratic evolution of Skyrim sort of blends back into the Stormcloaks. The Stormcloaks sort of get this own idea of, now that the rebellion has gone off, now you can start focusing on infrastructure and the general idea. But with the Stormblades, tall and broad-shouldered, fierce and fiery, the ultimate warriors of Ulfric's Stormcloaks rebellion stand as a shining beacon of hope for Skyrim's future. Wielding massive two-handed weapons, expertly crafted and freshly sharpened, the Stormblades are the deadliest and most merciless of Nordic soldiers, and are more than ready to bring their way of war to lands beyond the various holds of the frozen north. There are 150 men in the unit. They have a 21 armor-piercing attack, 18 total defense, 9 of which is in armor, and a 15 charge. Shock infantry, for shock infantry's sake. Like, yikes. Remember, if those of you who have seen our developer diary on the Empire Cyrodiil, the Imperial Blade Masters, I believe, are 2220 with armor piercing, and they're supposed to be like an uber unit for you. Stormblades are a little bit more common for the Stormcloaks, and this is your faction focus. The only reason the Battle Masters are technically better is because it's the only armor-piercing unit you get, and stat-wise, they're not much better at all. Especially considering the Stormblades have a much higher charge bonus. I do believe the Stormblades have more than double the charge stat of the Blade Masters. Because the Blade Masters, I practiced with this weapon for years. Ever since I was a young lad, my skill with it is impeccable, and I'm able to defend myself against a myriad of foes. A Stormblade looks at you and pulls out his sword, and the next thing you know, you're looking at your knees. So, yeah, these Nords absolutely do not mess around at all, and the Stormblades are the epiphany of that. The epitome of that, I should say. Now, Sebastian, would you mind covering the Stormlords for me, stat line and all?
Of course. Made up primarily of nobles and their sons, the Stormlords are the cream of the upper Nordic classes. Many have left behind hearth and home to fight for Skyrim, and their equipment is second in quality to none. Steel-clad from head to toe, these men of the line will hold long after lesser men have fled the field, and ensure that the will of their true High King is carried out. Attack of 15, defense of 21, and charge bonus of 12 with a sword and board unit. And they've got armor piercing, because all the best Nords don't just use swords, they use axes.
Absolutely. It again, men of the line that are armor piercing. What more is there to say? It is going to be nasty when the enemy charges you, and suddenly they're losing men. It's just again, it's like, hey, yes, Telvanni has interesting magics and a wide variety of ways to kill their enemies. House Dagoth gets a bunch of demonic special units. The Aldmeri Dominion gets a wide variety of choice. What do the Stormcloaks get? Armor piercing.
Yeah, just a lot of armor piercing, really.
Yeah, literally just faction wide armor piercing. Oh, so like half their units, maybe? No.
A whole lot of death.
Just a whole
death. Nice bone mold.
Nice bone mold, Enwa. Whack. And then we come to the Winter Wolves, a unit that actually Sebastian came up with almost completely on his own. So Sebastian, I'll let you read off your ultimate hybrid archers for the guys.
Yes. Cunning and silent as the god of the hunt himself, who we'll have to look up and put the proper name of in when it comes to the old Nordic pantheon. These archers have mastered their art and their equipment. Tough. Though their gear is not fit for full combat, their bows and arrows certainly are, capable of firing a withering hail of deadly steel-pointed darts. The Winter Wolves are the Bear of Markarth's deadliest surprise, and a key point in dislodging stubborn lines of armored foes. They come with 150 to a unit with a melee attack of 10, 8 missile attack and a charge of 2, total defense of 10, 6 in armor, 4 in defense, and just 1 hit point. But again, armor-piercing missiles with a 10 melee attack, because Stormcloaks are nothing if not actually pretty awesome melee fighters regardless of their role in combat. And the Winter Wolves are semi-inspired by the idea of Galmar Stonefist and the two-handed infantry wear bear pelts, and those... We all right?
Continue on. I apologize. I was editing something with my... trying to change something with my phone. I have like 4 things open right now so I can keep an eye on things, and I accidentally connected on my phone. Professional right here. Let's do this.
Perfectly fine. As long as we've caught all the stat reading and everything.
No, we're perfectly fine.
The Winter Wolves and the idea of them, their inspirations come from Galmar Stonefist and the kind of Thanes or Huskarls of the Stormcloak aligned Nords wearing bear pelts. And that has always been associated with historical Norse berserkers who are champions that Jarls would send into combat on their behalf who wear bear pelts. So I wanted to give homage to the other kind of animal pelt wearing warrior, which is the Ulfidin or Ulfidnar from Norse history. And these are just men who wear wolf pelts instead. Wolf warriors, potentially some religious connotation from the old, like, actual Norse histories, but in Skyrim, it's just the pelt-wearing opposite equivalent of instead of a tall, broad, heavy infantry wearing a bear, you have more scruffy, kind of rough hybrid archers wearing wolf pelts, and it's great for a as it were, the Kingdom of Skyrim has a lot more money and a lot more imperial connections for decoration, and the Stormcloaks rely on traditional Nord decorations like bones and fur.
Absolutely. Again, 8 missile damage, that's armor piercing.
That's the power of Pine Saw.
I'm going to pine your saw, you imperial git!
You imperial bastards!
That's the idea there. It's a beautiful melding of both the lore and just the raw firepower. It's like people who really love the Stormcloaks. Look at this traditional unit I've got. Real, like, classic Nord history. I'm just as much a Nord as those Imperial milk drinkers over there. And people who don't give a damn are going to say, like, 8 armor piercing. Let's do this. Now, the Hearthkeepers, one of my favorite units in the entire mod because of how stupid they are. The Nords have always had a distrust of magic, believing it to be a workaround for true strength and honor, but even the prejudices of Skyrim cannot contain the fascination with the mystic arts. As such, many mages have taken up the sword and marched with the Stormcloaks, lending their magical abilities to Ulfric in the hopes of gaining the respect and admiration of their peers. Clad in heavy chainmail and throwing wicked darts of magic, these scholars brandish much more than fancy words and musty books. They are 100 men to a unit. They have a 5 melee attack and a 7 total defense. They have an additional 2 points of armor, and they only have a 10 missile attack for their magic as opposed to a 15. That is a notable drop. So I will say this, Sebastian, I have talked to you about the existence of magic in this project multiple times. And yes. I do believe you can tell me that what would I do to certain factions if I had the option and wouldn't get crucified by the community? What would I do to magic in certain factions?
Eradicate it completely.
100%. I would wipe magic from the board. You're the Nords, especially the uber traditionalist nationalist Nords. You don't get a magic unit. However, I get it with the balancing of the mod and with Winterhold right there. I need to give you a magic unit. So what do you get? You get these mages that go into the Hall of Kings and say, Ulfric, true High King, we wish to fight for you. Get this nerd a chainmail shirt so he doesn't get himself killed and put him on the front line. Wait, what? And so literally it's like, hey, you got 10 missile attack, it's still gunpowder, it's still the javelin magic, throw it at the enemy, kill them, and try not to die. So you trade missile damage for slightly higher defense against arrows and stuff like that, and you say to yourself, well, man, that's a really bad trade-off. Yeah, it is. You're the Stormcloaks. You're powerful enough. Deal with it. Moving on, the Talos Guard. This is actually thematically one of my favorite units just because of like what they mean in the lore. Personal guards of the Jarls loyal to the true High King of Skyrim, the Talos Guard were all handpicked and trained by Galmar Stonefist himself, many of them veterans of the Battle of the Red Ring. Brandishing wicked arms half again as big as themselves, these men relish the idea that a glorious death in battle will grant them passage to Sovngarde, and as such will not hesitate to butcher as many men as it takes to earn such an honor. Sebastian, the stat line, please.
150 soldiers to a unit, 24 attack, 19 total defense, and 16 charge. And armor piercing with unbreakable morale. Imagine the gall of men under threat of the most horrific torture and death for worshipping Talos, putting his iconography on their armor and walking into battle with it.
And it's this is your bodyguard unit. Like, you are gonna have a lot of these guys. That's your whole point. And so that's the idea of like early game Stormcloaks is your Talos Guard with his backup. I'm going to take this settlement in the name of the true High King of Skyrim, and you're not going to stop me. That's literally the idea of like, and it also very much emphasizes the idea of Stormcloaks lead from the front. It is the heroes. It is the champions. It is the pride of the Nordic peoples. You are going in there, and you and your allies and vassals are going to take your country back from the stupid aristocrats. Because you're not some milk drinker sitting on his throne collecting imperial gold. You are a warrior. And so it's that idea with the Talos Guard of, hey, throw these guys in there. You need them. You need them to beat down your opponents. And so the Talos Guard are just a beast in melee combat. 24 attack with armor piercing and a 16 charge. Nothing is going to beat the Talos Guard unless they're surrounded and whittled down, and that's the whole point. That is the idea there, is that even the best can be whittled down by numbers, but it's going to take a lot of numbers to beat the Talos Guard. Now, unfortunately, it has been omitted. Yes, we are going to have the Nordic longship and the galleon as part of the Stormcloak roster, but you're not going to start with the galleon because, Sebastian, it's time to get to I think, probably the best part of this entire developer diary. Let's talk about the scripts, the price of freedom.
Ulfric Stormcloak and his people have been planning the overthrow of Skyrim's high...
Sebastian, I'm so sorry. You completely cut out at Skyrim's High
King. What was that?
You cut out completely after Skyrim's High King, at least on my end. So would you mind just starting from the beginning?
Perfect.
Again?
Yes, absolutely. It'll be it'll be so great because now that we have editing power, we can be like, that didn't happen.
It's gonna be great.
I also think Torrig doesn't have an H in it.
Oh, whatever. I don't care.
You're like, shut up.
He's dead.
Okay. Ulfric Stormcloak and his people have been planning the overthrow of Skyrim's High King for some time. Ever since the Bearer Markarth's release from prison and killing of High King Torrig in ritual combat, the true sons of Skyrim have stood by in preparation for the first moves. That first move will come with Whiterun. A few turns after the start of the game, the player will be informed of Jarl Balgruuf the Greater's decision to refuse the axe of Ulfric Stormcloak, marking the start of the Skyrim Civil War. An army led by Galmar Stonefist, who will spawn as the faction heir at this time, and several generals will voice their support for Ulfric and his rebellion, bringing a small contingent of men with them. This will set the tone for the early stage of the game, as recruitment for both Skyrim and the Stormcloaks will be difficult to get going initially. As each settlement falls, armies will be added to Skyrim's forces. Smaller settlements like villages will consist of only a few units that will likely be brought back to their current armies by the AI, but large settlements like Dawnstar, Markarth, and Morthal will have substantial armies to take them back. Solitude will feature a large army of Imperial and Skyrim units led by General Tullius once it's taken. And it's meant to be the ultimate challenge of the script. Once the army is defeated and the Skyrim faction destroyed, Ulfric will be crowned High King, and the second script will fire, as listed below.
We'll cover the second script in a moment, but something Sebastian and I have talked about, and I'm not sure if Sebastian fully remembers, but there is a garrison script in the Elder Scrolls Total War to prevent the constant problem of the AI being stupid and leaving settlements completely open. Look, guys, we get it. It is difficult to have the AI do what you want, but we've come up with what we believe to be a relatively decent compromise. This allows us also to dip into one thing that's going to be unique to Skyrim, and something that we've constantly talked about, our dedication to the lore, as well as like how we want to make each thing feel special. Because Skyrim is a nation that has a game take place within its borders, each of the individual settlements, or at least the big ones, have special lore that we can rely on for special units. And so something that has not yet been created, but has always been the plan, is to have special units for each settlement. Whiterun will get the companions, Solitude will get some sort of special unit, much like the feudal imperial roster, where you have units based on each city in the empire. Skyrim will get those for whichever faction is controlling them. And so, if you are to take Whiterun, for example, a stack of troops led by the Kingdom of Skyrim will immediately, like we're talking like 2 turns after, like you'll have a turn of holding the city and you'll receive a missive like, hey, Balgruuf is back and he has an army. and he's coming to take his city back. And then literally, once you hit end turn and it gets to the Kingdom of Skyrim's turn, you're going to have an army spawn with a piece of siege equipment, probably a catapult, and a decently sized army, and it's going to immediately attack the set. Literally, like, scripted, it's sieging and it's assaulting right now. There's not going to be one where the AI sieges you out and sits there stupid. No matter what, they're going to attack. And if you brought a massive army, then great. You could fight off that force. It'll be a fight, but if you spend too many resources trying to take the city and you're down to like less than half a stack, Balgruuf is going to come back and take his city back. And he's going to have a unit of the companions with him. He's going to take his town back. Same thing with Markarth. Same thing with I believe it's Morthal that far west, because Dawnstar is farther north. But that's the idea, is bigger settlements will have full armies come back and try to take them, like the turn after. And this is to make it so that you can't just like, oh, look, they left one unit in Whiterun. I'm going to go conquer that real quick. It's like, and it also, it doesn't do what the original Elder Scrolls Total War does. And like, hey, we detected that you attacked the settlement. Suddenly, we're going to spawn in 12 tier 2 or tier 3 units for Skyrim, and they're just going to get to keep those units for the rest of the game until you kill them, which is ridiculous to have as a difficulty spike. I feel that, or Sebastian and I both feel, that it should be more thematic, more scripted, and it also is a callback to the cut content of, if you play as a loyalist, helping Jarl Balgruuf escape Whiterun, and then eventually help take it back as part of the Civil War, which never got fleshed out because Bethesda's Bethesda. But anyway,
it just works.
It just works. You see that mountain? You can go to it, unlike in Oblivion, where it's just in the distance and you're pining at the edge of the northern map. But anyway, it's that idea of the Skyrim Civil War. And hey, this will happen for the Kingdom of Skyrim too. If you take Riften or you take Winterhold, brother, you're going to have an army of Stormcloaks come back and say, hey, what are you doing here? What are you doing? What are you doing in Riften? Mind your own business. It's literally, so that's the whole point of this, is to make it feel like a real civil war, is there will be back and forth. You'll take a settlement, you'll have a turn to get settled, and then immediately be counterattacked. And if you beat off that counterattack, great. You defeated the army, the settlement's yours now. But you cannot just send like 5 units to take a major city. That's not how that works at all.
Micro stacks don't burn down villages.
Do you have anything else to add to the Price of Freedom, Sebastian, before we get to a foregone conclusion?
The second one. Price of Freedom is, it's the, we wanted it to be the kind of, we wanted to make the Skyrim Civil War the centralized, conflict that it's built up to be. And especially for a Total War game, we can't really have Alduin and his like forces, or like you play as like the army of the Dragonborn fighting the dragon cult. So it's as like, of the things that we could choose to make the central Skyrim video game based conflict of the beta, it had to be making the Stormcloak and Imperial War feel like it has a cost, like a human and like deep monetary cost to wage that war, that by the end of it you're like, not only are you fulfilled, but you realize how much it took to get there.
Absolutely. And so it's that idea of, hey, this is going to be rough. This is how we're going to do this. It's going to be an actual war. And so I think I've encapsulated it very well in a foregone conclusion. I don't need to express my opinions on Ulfric more than I have, because this settles that right here and right now. A foregone conclusion. Ulfric Stormcloak has always been a controversial figure, and many accuse him of simply seeking power and glory. This two-sided script will give him that choice. He can either elect to pursue war against the Empire, believing that the weakened state should be put down and its people liberated in a time of weakness, or he may continue with his original plans and prepare to invade the Aldmeri Dominion while they pour resources into the Empire. Choosing to invade the Empire of Cyrodiil also has interesting implications concerning the lore of the Elder Scrolls. Should Ulfric turn his attention upon the Empire, the assassination of Titus Mede II will occur, as is the canon timeline for the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. But if Ulfric decides to focus all his efforts on fighting the High Elves of Alinor, the Emperor will meet secretly with the new High King, offering a deal in exchange for true independence. The choice to invade the Empire will be a controversial one amongst the people of Skyrim. Preparing to invade a neighboring nation will be an expensive endeavor, and as such, extra funds and sources of recruitment will be needed. The faction will receive an economic boost for several turns in the form of extra taxation, and be given several mid-tier armies with which to invade the Empire. However, Ulfric's ambitions will be laid bare, and any alliances that the faction has made up until that point will be broken, as Ulfric cannot be trusted to keep to himself and his own nation. Public order in all Stormcloaks settlements will also be lowered, as many of the fighting age are conscripted for the invasion, and taxes are raised to support the war effort. The player will then be free to attack the Empire as they see fit, proving the naysayers right as the tyrant reaches for even more glory. The choice to attack the Aldmeri Dominion will receive widespread support from all of Skyrim, and the public order of all settlements will receive a boost as a surge of patriotic fervor sweeps the land. Many of the truest sons and daughters of Skyrim will flock to the new High King's banner, providing the player with some of their faction's finest troops to lead the charge. Titus Mede II will provide Ulfric with the means to build and repair Imperial galleons, allowing the Nords of Skyrim to sail as their forefathers did and conquer distant lands once more. This is a particularly touchy and rather emotional subject for me, more so in the fact of how much I love Skyrim as an idea. It's sort of like that one good line from that one awful Star Wars show that we don't even want to acknowledge the existence of. I don't miss it. I miss the idea of it. It's the concept of what could have been, what we missed out on due to the limitations of it being an Elder Scrolls game, and having to have things stay neutral. There are many people out there who would label Ulfric as a racist, egotistical bigot who is simply grasping at power because he wants to be king. And he murders whoever he doesn't like simply to get more power. And there are other people who believe just as strongly that he is a true Nord, that he doesn't want this power, but he feels he has to do something to stop his kingdom from falling apart. And the age-old argument is nationality of being a Stormcloak or being a true Nord versus the practicality of can the Empire stand against the Aldmeri Dominion without the Stormcloaks? Or can even Skyrim stand by itself without the Empire? And that is a very deep political question as far as the Elder Scrolls is concerned. And it's such an interesting thing to get into. As we talked about earlier, it is something that we still debate to this day. Obviously, there's some answers that are clearer than others, but there's no definitive answer until the next Elder Scrolls game comes out. And so we give you the choice to make it all worth it. We give you the choice of an independent Skyrim sailing down to the Somerset Isles and absolutely butchering every single one of those Thalmor that decided to walk into your country and brand you as criminals for trying to worship your own god. And or we let you play out your evil villain fantasies of Ulfric. We let him grow a mustache and wear a red armband and let him be the Ulfric Stormcloak that you falsely believe he is and go butcher the Empire for the sake of power and wealth and glory. And so that's the whole point of this here, is that it's one of my favorite scripts because, in all honesty, it's the reason I made this project. It is the reason that this project exists, because I want an answer. What happens if Ulfric wins? Does he go after the Aldmeri Dominion? Or does he sink down and take the crown and fall? What happens? And so this project exists specifically to give you that answer. Sebastian, I'll hand the buck to you. I've spoken long enough.
No, absolutely. I think if, as someone who's played Daggerfall and Morrowind, and is enjoying Oblivion a lot, for my second time through, because I played the old version and I played the remaster, there's undeniable kind of concessions to be made that like things change as the Elder Scrolls get older, and Skyrim is one of those games that has changed and kind of switched out or exchanged certain role playing or like deep writing elements for like kind of actiony things or different just simply just different elements for what that game is supposed to be. But if it were such a lazy game, or if it had failed the Elder Scrolls somehow, people wouldn't talk about the Civil War as much as they actually do. The characters wouldn't be as debated or as studied, and the lore wouldn't be as respected as it is. If it wasn't a real Elder Scrolls game just for changing the lore, people wouldn't be playing Morrowind and Oblivion and Daggerfall now because they started buying and playing Skyrim when they were 9 or 10 or 11. And that's also part of why the Skyrim Civil War becomes the centralized conflict of Armad, because it's one of those kind of perfect cruxes of a fantasy game or of a role-playing game in that genre. It is the perfect sort of place and time and opportunity to set that in. And I think the truth about Ulfric lies at the middle of this kind of choice that we give, which I think is even more complex, and I think that that's great. I think that Ulfric, for all his complexity and whether or not he's evil or righteous, I think the answer is that Ulfric's a Nord. Ulfric seeks purpose through conflict, and that means good and bad things for everyone. He's someone who can't stand to see his people tortured, and who feels a very righteous indignation at the thought that his government betrayed him and his people to let them be tortured by an evil force. But he's also the kind of man who is willing to let a thing like the massacre in Markarth happen, or let foreign caravans, raid and be raided and destroyed if they aren't his people. I think he's a Nord, and that's what makes him and the Empire. I think Tullius, genuinely, as someone who, as a kid, who hated Tullius and anything to do with the Empire because they tried to cut my head off, I've come to respect and appreciate the genuine character writing of each of these characters. Like Tullius and Elisif and Ulfric just exist at this crux where I think if they lived in a better world, they'd be great people. And I love that. I think the truth about Ulfric lies in the middle of both of these decisions, and the decision now is up to the player. And kind of, I think, the same way that the legend of Ulfric gets distorted in the eyes of players who have played Skyrim, the mod reflects that maybe the legend gets distorted when Ulfric takes power as well. Maybe he has to live up to either a great conqueror who keeps Skyrim for the Nords and wants to sweep down into the Empire and destroy them for betraying the Nordic people because of the pressures of that legend, or the legend inspires him to be more of a hero and try to unite Skyrim despite his, reticence about foreigners, and take up arms to fight the Dominion because it's the right thing to do. And I hope, at the very least, though this is, speculative kind of fan fiction in its own way, that at the end of the day, the Elder Scrolls fan who plays it gets a deeper love of the Elder Scrolls, enjoyment from the game, and just has a good discussion with someone about the Elder Scrolls.
Absolutely. And again, it speaks to the beauty of this series and why we love it so much and why there's such passion behind this project, because to me, the Stormcloaks will always be my favorite faction. I may not play as them all the time, but it's the complexity and the lack of complexity in the original Elder Scrolls Total War, which, again, no insult to the developers. They did a great job, better than I could ever do. I'm working off of their scaffolding. I'm building off their bones. I wanted more, and so I'm making more. And so to sort of step away, because this got heavy. This got a little bit heavy because, yes, it's a very involved topic, and those of you that enjoy Fudge Muppets content, he did an excellent video breaking down the entire Skyrim Civil War and sort of took a torch to both sides and said, hey, look, you have to consider everything that we could possibly know as far as how the game works and how the internal lore works and what's going on. And he sort of like put paid to the thoughts of both, Stormcloak purists and Imperial loyalists. He's like, hey, guys, there is more to this than just you're racist or, you're a failing empire. It's like, hey, there is a legitimate reason to go both ways in this. And my goal here was to make it more of a justifiable choice. Is like, well, how can you say that Skyrim will survive on its own? Because I'm going to make it survive on its own. I am going to take over the Empire. I'm going to walk into Imperial City. I'm going to take over for that stupid council who thinks they can rule the world of men. And then I'm going to lead the world of men into a new dawn era of prosperity and strength. And we're not going to let anybody else walk over us anymore. Or, hey, I'm going to butcher every single one of the Thalmor in my home country, and then I'm going to sail to Alinor, and I'm going to raze it to the ground and let them see if they can bring about their new world order like they want to. And so, with that, let's get into the building roster, and then introduce some levity as we finally get into the truly evil bad guy faction with the High Elves. Now, I will have a little disclaimer here. We'll start off the Aldmeri faction, but it'll be much more of a conceptual talk, because one thing that we have done is we have fully fleshed out the Empire, the Stormcloaks, and Skyrim. But we have just now started to touch the Aldmeri Dominion. We have the early roster done for the Kingdom of Somerset branch, but that's because having the Aldmeri Dominion requires us to have done the Valenwood Elves and the Khajiit, which, by the way, if anybody's curious, both Khajiit factions, the state of Palatine and the Mainslands of Palatine, and the state of Nekanal, which is Palatine and Anakina. I always liked the classic name of Nekanal better than Anakina, and the Mainslands of Palatine, Palatine, if you want to be pedantic, like I am. Then we have both of those factions completely done. And if you have any questions about the Khajiit factions, ping me. Ping Sebastian. I'll tell you anything you want to know, but only in the Discord server. Plug that Discord server in the description, and please go ahead and join. We're happy to talk about our project. But let's get into the buildings for the Stormcloaks, and then we'll get on to the Aldmeri Dominion, because they have a rather interesting concept that I can't wait to talk about. So just like before with the Kingdom of Skyrim, your wooden walls are going to give you the ability to recruit more units, except the walls are going to give you unblooded and normal Stormcloaks, the two-handed trash, quote-unquote trash tier melee infantry. Yeah, they're not nearly as good as Skyrim, where you get archers off of that. I'm sorry, but you're the Stormcloaks. You have enough benefits. You need a debuff. Same thing with your forts, is that your forts will give you a unit of archers and some Stormcloaks and some slots. That's what they're for. The mustering hall, again, 3 Stormcloaks off the bat, fighting against 3 hold guard. Ouch! Like, ouch! That's gonna hurt. And then you'll see here, garrison quarters takes you up to 4 Stormcloaks and a Battle Maiden. Hey! That's actually pretty good. It's like Stormcloaks, Battle Maidens, your cities will be pumping out unblooded trash for you to throw in, your Stormcloaks will be doing great, and you'll get that unit of Battle Maidens. There's your full line right there, just pure melee blender army. Your command post is going to give you 5 Stormcloaks. Wait a minute, that sounds like a lot of Stormcloaks. You bet it's a lot of Stormcloaks. You also get a Battle Maidens, a Bone Breakers, and a Snowhammers. Then you get to the Militia Drill Square tier. 6 Stormcloaks. That seems like an unreasonable amount of Stormcloaks. Ought to put a stop to that.
What a fool you are.
I'm a Stormcloak. How can you out-recruit a Stormcloak?
We're Nords.
And then 2 units of Battle Maidens, 2 of Bone Breakers, 2 of Snowhammers, and 1 of your Storm Blades at your 4th tier. Your Militia Barracks, 6 Stormcloaks, 2 Battle Maidens, 3 Bone Breakers, 3 Snowhammers, and 1 of your Uber tier each. And then your Army Barracks. Finally, you get 6 units of Stormcloaks with a point of experience. Unlike Skyrim, where we give you unit experience at the higher end for your low tier, you literally just get the most rudimentary training at your highest tier barracks because the Stormcloaks do not care. And notice how you don't continue to get more and more Battle Maidens because we don't want you spamming those anyway. They're a support unit. You have them, you can recruit up to 2 of them at a time. It's there for you to be able to use as a support unit, not something to rely on in battle. So the army barracks, again, is just, you'll be pumping out your bone breakers and snow hammers, and in addition, that's the cool thing about Stormcloaks compared to Hold Guard. Hold Guard will never really be that good. Even if you send them abroad, they're going to be like garrison units, even with their upgrade. Stormcloaks will always have a place because of their 6 attack with armor piercing, and that +1 experience gives them a 7 armor piercing. Even if they're just garrison troops, they're going to be able to hold the line against much better units simply because they're armor piercing. I don't even want to know, Sebastian, what like a gate defense would be if you had 8 units of Stormcloaks holding that city and the enemy's trying to break in with like tier 2 units. It's hordes of armor piercing. It's
tier 2s. Yeah, trying to do that with tier 2s is going to be that's you might have to, like, I don't know, you have to wheel the ballista out and try and like poke them out of there or something, like poke the hornet's nest.
Yeah, like
unless it's gonna be hell, especially when you get the higher tier Stormcloaks trying to hold a gate. But then again, if you're certain factions, if you're High Rock, you're like, oh, that's quaint, crossbows. Or if you're the Dunmer, you're like, how beautiful, Drovus, fireball.
Drovus. But that's the whole point of the Stormcloaks, is you're going to make the enemy pay more than they want to spend to take a settlement, even if it's just your base unit, because the advent of the armor piercing alone is going to negate a lot of bonuses from cavalry that try to charge into the settlement, and it's going to make taking walls so hard because, again, they're not that great 6 attack, but it's that overwhelming amount of armor piercing. And if you get some bone breakers in there with their shields and their line troops holding a wall, dude, I think you'll need like tier 3 to take those bone breakers out. It's just gonna hurt. So War of Attrition, and the Stormcloaks know all about attrition, even if they don't know how to spell it. Now
what's the rune? I don't know how the runes of that.
I'm sorry, I had to throw that in there. Stables. Yeah. You get your Thunder Lancers.
Yeah, that's what that does.
Congratulations, you got your Thunder Lancers. Great job. That's all you get.
Congratulations.
Now your Bowyer. Look, you get 3 Stormcloak Archers at tier 2 and a unit of your Ice Veins, which is great. And then the Marksman's range, you're going to drown them in Archers, just like you're going to drown them in units. That's the idea. Look, we gave you basically 2 units and a unit of trash, whereas we gave Skyrim a little bit more, and we gave them like patrol riders. Use your Stormcloak Archers to shoot down their patrol riders, so that you get over the fact that you have no cavalry whatsoever. It's like, look, like we said, patrol riders exist to fill the niche of having a cavalry unit. When you have cavalry, it doesn't matter how bad it is when the enemy has no cavalry. So you've got to have something. So the archers will be able to, hopefully, with sheer volume of fire, gun them down, or rather arrow them down. Again, same thing we did before with Skyrim, the Jarl's Longhouse, the Jarl's Throne Room. This, again, gives you mainly recruitment slots and allows you to have access to even more Stormcloaks, but also a couple extra Stormcloak Archers, and the main thing being the recruitment slots. Just as before with Skyrim, it's important to get the Longhouses up and running, the law buildings up and running. It's going to be even more important with the Stormcloaks because of just the sheer ability you have. Otherwise, your replenishment rate is going to outrun your ability to recruit. So the Stormcloaks are going to need this governess to make sure things. Also, it's sort of my underlying jab of, like, if you take Whiterun as the Stormcloaks, the Bannered Mare gets broken into like 4 times in the last week. It's like, hey, are you going to deal with this problem here that you're causing by your men being rowdy? It's like, so you need the town hall line. Same thing with armor. You're going to be able to up armor. You're going to be able to up armor your Unblooded. So, Sebastian, the Unblooded are going to be 5/5 with crude swords. Fully upgraded. It's going to be amazing.
That's how we take Skyrim, people.
Yeah, upgrades, people, upgrades. They went from no armor to 3 armor. Now they're an uber tier elite unit. They're trash that will actually not die quite as fast. Literally it's taking peasants and giving them armor. The whole point of Unblooded is to be your Highland rabble. If you need something really cheap to just soak bodies and you can slap some chainmail on them, great. They'll hold as long. Like literally, one of my favorite strats in Med 2 is to put trash on the walls and archers literally at the bottom of the walls and fire up or over into the unit that's on the wall. I don't care if I hit my own trash because they're trash. That's the whole point of the Unblooded here, is they're just going to die, and they're going to hold the enemy long enough for the morale to break or something. But again, the whole point of your getting your armory to full is that you get +3 armor, basically faction-wide, except for your top-tier units, which just get +1. Because we are not giving +3 additional armor to your Talos Guard. It's not happening. Don't ask. I can and will laugh at because...
if you try and we'll put the option in the game, but if you try and click on it, a video of us just pointing at the camera going no will show up.
Literally a live feed of us going, I will like rip you into a real life phone call and just say, what are you doing?
I will eat your lambs.
Same thing here. Oh wow, we didn't even stick that in. Quote unquote tier 1 ship. Yeah, the Nordic longship, and then the tier 2 ship and the tier 2 ship. The galleon. The Stormcloaks are only going to get 1 of the galleon. Might as well make that change now. But yeah, if you side with the Empire, you're going to get the galleon. You're going to get 1 of them. And you're not going to get any more than that because you are not allied with the Empire. You are meeting with Titus Meade II, and he's saying, "Look, listen, I understand. I totally get it. Please don't kill me."
Yeah. And if you want better ships, you better hire some mercenaries, the way that the Stormcloaks would. You got to hire Red Guard mercenaries to help ferry you across and not get killed.
I'll give you my ship
really
rights.
Don't want to give you ships. They don't like you that much.
I'll give you my ship rights so that you can use them and build these ships, and then you can get mercenaries to teach you how to sail them. Just please go kill the Aldmeri Dominion. I know, Ulfric. I know you're a good man. Please. That duel with Ulfric, that duel with Torg was completely honorable. Please go kill the elves.
Sure. Yeah. I'll let you slide. I'll pardon you for the Torg thing. Just don't kill me.
Just please. The Empire's the Empire's dying. So. But we like Titus Meade II in this place. He's actually a pretty chill guy. So, same thing with we could just scroll past the warehouse, the grain exchange, all the trade buildings, land clearance, freeholds, like we said before, roads, mines, shrines to... Now, these here, again, mild flavor. Hey, what are the Stormcloaks got their panties in a twist about not being able to worship? Talos! So, what are every single one of your religious buildings dedicated to?
Yeah, well...
Talos! And so it's like, hey, we beat off the Thalmor. We're going to build temples to Talos, and we're going to flip you off, you stupid high elves, every step of the way to our prayers in the morning. And so that idea there is, it's Talos. Talos, specifically.
It is also, if you believe such things, if you know the lore, belief in a god makes that god more powerful, and it means that god can do more things. And so the justification for the Stormcloaks miraculously being able to sail to the Aldmeri Dominion and defeat them is, well, in having so many soldiers who openly worship Talos and having so many temples dedicated to him, the continued and increasing belief in Talos means that he gains more power. And that is literally countermount to what the Thalmor want. That's why they ban Talos, is to stop his power from growing, so that way they can end the world.
Absolutely. And now, folks, we're getting into the latter part of this developer diary. First off, thank you for sitting with us for over 3 hours now. This is going to be an absolute nightmare of a upload, but we're going to upload the full thing anyway. But we are now approaching the very end, where we talk about the Kingdom of Somerset and the formerly the Aldmeri Dominion as a faction. But now we're going to get into the interesting sort of, again, Sebastian emphasized in the last developer diary, giving the player ways to experience the game in different areas. And so we wanted to say, hey, look, the original Aldmeri Dominion wasn't this super horrible, awful, evil faction. They were just, hey, this queen who traveled all over Tamriel and was an adventurer like us, who did not take an arrow to the knee against all odds. She decided, hey, look, men are fine. I don't hate them. I don't think they're evil. They can't be held responsible for the fate of the world, and that's why I'm stepping in with an alliance of all the different races, and we're going to rule Tamriel together and stop men from messing it up. So that is the idea behind the Kingdom of Somerset. So Sebastian, will you read the general philosophy, and then I will get into the ethos behind this faction?
Absolutely. Though the Aldmeri Dominion is a central faction for the original project, this remaster seeks to re-envision the Dominion as a nation that can be formed when certain criteria are met. In addition, the starting location of the Dominion was far too secure. I want to add an addendum here. We've thusly kind of changed this ethos in our development of the Fourth Era, where you are starting as the Aldmeri Dominion, because by the Fourth Era they've already taken power, and then you'll have it. We've sort of reversed the choice where the Aldmeri Dominion is your ideally like your main kind of thing that you start with, and then the Kingdom of Somerset is the rebellion option, in which you are asked by the royals to usurp the power from the Aldmeri Dominion.
You do not.
But that being said,
you do not start with Valenwood and the elsewhere factions as yours, which is the quote unquote official Aldmeri Dominion. But we've discussed this as like you're technically the Dominion, but you're in a state of flux right now. And again, I'll get into that. But Sebastian, go ahead and keep reading, please.
Of course. In addition, the starting location of the Dominion was far too secure. As such, the Kingdom of Somerset will feature a campaign that opens with securing the Somerset Isles and the absorption of the principal factions that form the Aldmeri Dominion. The base Kingdom of Somerset will feature a roster of highly professional, highly trained military that focuses on quality over quantity. Heavy infantry and powerful wizards will serve as the backbone of the High Elves in their conquests. As such, it will be very expensive and highly regulated in its recruitment. Many of the settlements on Somerset will be developed enough to produce these units. The formation of the Aldmeri Dominion will be central to the progress of the faction, though plans are being tabled for an alternative route for staying as the Kingdom of Somerset. This will allow the Dominion to absorb the factions of Valenwood, Neckanal, and Palatine, and acquire many of their units, now truly forming the Aldmeri Dominion.
So, the Aldmeri Dominion that crushed the Empire was the Fourth Aldmeri Dominion. It undoubtedly won the war. They offered terms to Titus Mede II, who at the time thought he could win a war with the Thalmor, and then the Thalmor revealed to him just how capable they were of winning a war. They sailed up the Niben, and they completely laid waste to both Leowyn and Breville, and then attacked Imperial City. It was hands down a humiliating defeat for the Legion and for Titus Mede II, and they gave him the exact same terms as they did before, except of the fact of not having to owe that much gold to the Dominion, and instead bribing off a lot of their allies. And Titus Mede II signed the White Gold Concordat, which banned Talos worship throughout all of Tamriel, and handed over a great chunk of southern Hammerfell. Now, as we know, the Red Guard fought back, and they actually beat the Aldmeri Dominion in a war, proving they could be beaten. But the Empire was left completely shattered by the Dominion, and the rebellion in Skyrim is just one of the many problems that are currently besetting Titus Mede II. However, this discussion is about Somerset and the High Elves of Alinor. Now, this whole idea here is that the Thalmor took over the government after the Void Knights, and especially after the Oblivion Crisis. The Thalmor rose in political power. They have been a force in politics in Somerset since the Second Era, but they were never ultimately that powerful. However, they were always politically motivated and very cunning, and obviously very racist. As soon as they took over the Somerset Isles, they butchered all of the non-high elves that were on the islands, sending a clear message to all those who believed that, in the original idea given by Queen Aldmeris for the Aldmeri Dominion. They took it in a vastly different direction of we high elves are superior to all other races and we have a divine right to rule you, and we're hoping we can destroy the physical world so that we can ascend back to godhood with our ancestors and get away from all you filthy mudbloods. And that's the idea of the Aldmeri Dominion as it stands in the current Elder Scrolls canon. And so it creates a very interesting idea of, hey, look, in the original Elder Scrolls Total War, the Aldmeri Dominion is the formed nation, and you have Valenwood and the Khajiit factions as allies. But if you are to play as Valenwood or either Anakina or Palatine, the Aldmeri Dominion just attacks you right out. They go straight for you. It's a foregone conclusion. You know it's coming. You know it's going to happen because they've got their sights set on you and Hammerfell. That's where the AI goes. It's aggressive against you and aggressive against Hammerfell. But what we decided to do is give you an option. As Sebastian said, technically, you start as the Aldmeri Dominion. But part of the roleplay of any Medieval 2 Total War project or mod, whatever, it puts you in the position of the ruler of the nation. Not necessarily the king. Medieval 2 does this with like making you like the what is it? The Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire or the King of France.
Yeah, or King William the Conqueror.
Yeah, where if it puts you, it says, if you win the game, it's congratulations, mighty king. Where it's like you, the player, are the king. Medieval 2, like the orc thing, the Mordor faction intro talks to you about.
Yeah.
Did I say? What did I say?
You call it Medieval 2.
It's whatever. As Mordor in Divide and Conquer, it talks to you about being an orc serving Sauron, or like a great lord. Same thing with Khand, same thing with Erebor, same thing with the Northern Dunedain. It makes you clear you're not playing as Aragorn. It makes you clear you're not playing as Dane Ironfoot. It makes it clear you're not playing as, Gothmog or Sauron or the Witch King. It has you as a great lord of that faction be a separate thing, as an entity that's just given full control. And this is the way I've always liked to roleplay it, and it suits me rather well, being like the overlord of this faction outside of the quote-unquote faction hierarchy. But this gives us a unique opportunity to take advantage of that. So the Dominion is currently busy with all the different stuff going on. The Thalmor are in Imperial City ensuring the White Gold Concordat is upheld. The Thalmor are in Skyrim hunting down and persecuting the worshippers of Talos and trying to find those last couple of blades that they've missed, and keeping an eye on Ulfric. As some of you theory crafters out there may know, Elenwyn was at Helgen, presumably trying to stop Ulfric from being executed by taking him into custody and then later releasing him, prolonging the Civil War. An excellent point of deduction for those of you that believe that theory. I am putting on my tinfoil hat with you. They are also active in Hammerfell and in Valenwood, putting down dissidents to the Aldmeri Dominion. Essentially, the Thalmor are very, very busy right now, and they have their fingers in everybody else's pie. Meaning that as the overlord of the Somerset Isles, you have a responsibility. Hey, the Thalmor are busy. Keep things quiet at home. We don't want anything happening. Keep things careful. We're going to keep doing our own thing in Skyrim, whatever. And then when the time is right, we're going to finish this war. We're going to sweep aside the Empire because what we wanted to do was to keep the Empire quiet while we focus on other stuff. So the general idea is, hey, we lost a war in Hammerfell. We need you to go back and win us that war. So you're going to take what you can, and you're going to sail to Hammerfell, and you're going to show those Redguard why we're the superior race. And you're going to beat them into a bloody pulp for us. Then once Hammerfell is done, we're going to consolidate our power in Valenwood, Anakina, and Palatine, and we're going to go teach the Empire another lesson. And we're going to rule the world. And so, you as the overlord of the Somerset Isles will be responsible for waging the Thalmor's military campaign for them because they failed to take Hammerfell. They're going to leave it to you. However, in order to seize power, the Thalmor had to do a lot of unseemly and unsightly things, including depose the monarchy and the general aristocracy, Anybody who didn't fall in line with the Thalmor's ideals were murdered or executed on charges of treason. The remaining nobility may or may not approach you and say, hey, look, we don't appreciate what the Thalmor are doing. They literally murdered thousands of people that were living in the Somerset Isles. We want what the First Aldmeri Dominion stood for. We want peace, and we want cooperation, and we want this to be an alliance of ideals rather than a domination of supremacy across the entire world. And so, the overlord of the Somerset Isles, you, the player, will be given a choice. You can take the offer and suffer civil war. You can side with the nobility and keep your roster of high skill, high recruitment, like low recruitment rate, very high quality troops. Technically, what Sebastian and I would call the best troops in the game, because these are high elves. We're literally talking like Divide and Conquer's high elven faction. Like technically the best units in the game due to how utterly stacked they will be. You'll have less than everybody else, but in a straight battle you'll win. It's just will you win the next battle and the next battle. Sebastian is playing a what is it, an Apache campaign in the Americas DLC, and yes, he is understanding the true meaning of stack spam, because the big thing about the Apache is that their recruitment rate is super fast and their upkeep is next to nothing.
Yes.
But that's the idea here, is your armies pound for pound can beat anybody, including the Legion. And the Thalmor aren't going to like the fact that you completely betrayed them and turned on them. So the Thalmor are going to take their conscripts, I won't call them allies because they are conscripts from Valenwood and Nekanal and Palatine, and they're going to naval invade Alinor and all these other settlements in Somerset because you dared stand up against the true rulers of Tamriel. And you're going to have to fight for every inch you've got to resist the Aldmeri Dominion and claw back some semblance of what your people were. Or you could do as you're told. You can continue the purges. You can make sure everything stays hunky-dory. And then what's your for doing so, Sebastian? What happens if you side with the Thalmor and do exactly as you're ordered?
Well, you've met the quotas. Your quotas are all good. There's a lot of number of dissident deaths. You've done a good job, and now you become the military coordinator of the Thalmor. It's also how we kind of justify you not controlling Valenwood and elsewhere from the get-go, in the idea that your character as the military leader is just a very competent military leader who's leading the forces at home, and then you can either betray, the Thalmor, or once you accept the Thalmor's offer, take it as a promotion, and now, you've opened up the idea to you're controlling all of the Thalmor fronts in Valenwood and elsewhere also. And by virtue of that, you get to recruit their units on those border territories. You can recruit Palatine, Nekanal, and Valenwood units, but you won't have as many or access to some of the highest tier of elven units. You'll be spread much greater and much wider, but a lot less deeply, as it were. You have to rely on a lot of your conscripts, but it makes the army well-rounded, because you get Valenwood's archer power and the Khajiit mobility to augment your elven prowess. But you get Thalmor kind of based units, and ideally in the later concept stage, there will be visual differences between picking the Thalmor and picking, the Kingdom of Aldmeris or Somerset, or the more benign Aldmeri Dominion, as it were.
Absolutely. And so the idea with all this is, hey, as far as a raw gameplay, because there are some people who don't care for the lore as deeply as we do. Obviously, I got very deep into that question of, like, can you redeem the High Elves? Because every Elder Scrolls fan hates them. There's always, like, for example, in the Warhammer community, there's always like, well, the Imperium is a horrible, evil, tyrannical thing, and Chaos is only slightly worse, and the Tau are technically good. In the Elder Scrolls, it's like, hey, what's the evil faction? The Aldmeri Dominion.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's like, as of now, they're the most evil faction. And the idea of can you redeem the High Elves is you can absolutely redeem any individual High Elf. And when it comes to the governments of stuff, it's like, I think part of why I love Elder Scrolls so much is that there's a little bit less of like a bioessentialist theme of like, well, the High Elves are all like this and their race is like this because their government's like this. Because there are plenty of High Elves who become monks of Mara who just love and believe every being has a right to live and no being is equal to another. But when they get to forming, governments, it becomes this kind of cultural ethos. So I think the great part is, can you redeem any specific high elf? Sure, I guess that depends because each of them's their own person. Can you redeem the Aldmeri Dominion? Maybe. Maybe it has to be something entirely different or an Aldmeri Dominion by a different name.
Absolutely. And so the idea that we've discussed is, and again, the reason we don't have the roster fully done is simply because we don't have all the resources needed to have it fully done yet. But we do have the tier 1 units, and I can't believe I'm saying this, the tier 1 units that both sides of the game will get. Let's go to your starting sword and board unit, the Aldmeri Armsmen. Sebastian, go ahead and read them for me, please.
The High Elves of Somerset Isle have always prided themselves on perfection and grace, and even their most basic swordsmen have the training of generations. While a man may train until he is tired, the Aldmer train their warriors until they learn, and every one of them takes to the field in gilded armor, ready to fight to the death for ambition and renown.
The Aldmeri Dominion's special feature is that they are the most powerful faction in the mod. Look at that stat line. 6 attack and 15 defense on a sword and board unit. That beats the daylights out of the 710 Imperial Guardsmen, which we said was the best unit in the... Wait, Sebastian, what's the defense line look like?
Well, you see, what makes me great is my skills. I've got three armor and a defense skill of 9 with a shield of 3. It's because you understand my superior training will win out. I've got all of this training though. I'm an excellent fencer on the top of my class.
That is absolutely fantastic, and you are truly an artist with a blade. Get me the Order of the Virtuous Blood.
What do they do?
Crossbows! My weakness, being shot! And so, Aldmeri Armsmen in melee will beat Imperial Guardsmen every single time. Again, this harkens back to the idea of how did the High Elves beat the Empire? Well, they're elves. They live for centuries. They train for centuries. There's a bit of lore where you talk to a Valen Wood Elf where he talks, it's one of my favorite bits about them because it's so true, where if a single flower on a single branch of a tree that they planted 50 years ago doesn't bud in just the right way, they'll rip the tree out and start over because they're such perfectionists. So, yes, the Aldmeri Dominion are the best warriors in all of Tamriel because they have trained that well. However, they're not going to stand up as well to somebody like the Nords or to the Empire, because there's only so much training and experience you can get before your lack of ability, your lack of prowess begins to show. You fight with glass armor and, again, not glass, but you get what I mean. It's not the highest quality armor. You fight for art. You fight for prestige. You fight for pride. You don't fight because your life depends on it. You fight because, you kind of need to because politics didn't work out. And so it's even reflected in the name, Aldmeri Armsmen, as your starting sword and board. The elves are just so high on themselves, and that's the deal. Yes, they'll beat Imperial Guardsmen. They might even stand up okay against legionaries with a stat line like that. But if you actually try to defeat these guys, the Aldmeri Dominion, you're gonna blast them. Now, probably my favorite unit description in the whole project. I'll read this one. The Aldmeri Bulwarks. Yeah. The insolent residents of Tamriel insist on making heavy use of the horse in combat, though any idea why remains a mystery to those of higher mindedness. Nevertheless, this rather unorthodox strategy must be countered, and the Aldmer have learned that hard lesson over the millennia. With long spears and a solid defensive line, these soldiers have the unenviable task of stopping the trampling wretches of the lesser kingdoms before their stinking steeds can overrun the lines of Alinor. This is your shield unit, your spear and shield hold the line unit. An attack of 5 and a defense of 18! 12 of that being in defense skill. It's like, hey, if the horses get into melee with us, we'll absolutely be able to hold the line because we've trained against defending against the sword strokes and spear stabs of the horse. Wait, why are they running? They're supposed to walk into our spear lines. What do you mean they're running?
Oh, that's what a horse is for.
Right as he gets his skull caved in by a horseshoe.
Yeah.
And again, like, look at that line. 518, and then the swordsmen are 615. These are the best troops as far as, like, defense skill. The mod, the game engine itself handles defense skill right below armor. So if somebody has better armor than a 12, they're going to hold up better than the bulwarks. But again, that's the point, is early on, it'll make it really hard for you to hold against the Aldmeri Dominion. And again, it won't make the game easy for you as the Dominion. However, you'll suffer very few casualties in prolonged melee because you're made for that. That's your point, is like, no, you're not the deadliest warriors in Tamriel, but nobody's going to be able to touch you. Unless, of course, they have cavalry or archers or any kind of advanced tactics. But if you meet the enemy on the field of battle, they better bring at least their tier 2, or else they're not going to be doing too much. So again, it's that idea of how did the Aldmeri Dominion beat the Empire? Very well.
Yeah.
Now, the Aldmeri Marksmen. Sebastian, please read them out for me and handle the stat line.
Most certainly. When I'm done, I'll take a final, well, I should say final, but final intermission. But I will read this first. Those who wish to fight and die for their homeland, pick up a sword and charge into the fray. Those who wish to come home alive, pick up the bow. Always the weapon of choice for the sane and sensible warrior, the high elven archers take great pride in their skill as well as their craft, able to shoot down droves of their foes before the enemy even knows they're being shot at. With a melee attack of 3, fair, missile attack of 6, total defense of 11, 8 of it in defense skill, which is going to be great. I love saying that. And they're with a, obviously, missile weapon type as archers who can switch to single sword.
Yes. Sebastian, you may take your intermission now. Forgive me for pinning you down, my friend. The Aldmeri Marksmen start with a missile attack of 6. That is a potent archer unit. And hey, no matter which choice you make, you get the Aldmeri Marksmen. So a starting archer with a missile attack of 6, that is a great missile stat, because the Aldmeri Dominion trains their archers very well. They are capable of shooting their bow. They are skilled duelists with their swords. They're able to go toe-to-toe with much better warriors if they should dare close in melee. But the one thing they're not prepared for is getting shot back at. So the idea with the Aldmeri Marksmen is that, yes, they're great archers, but if they get touched by other arrows or a cavalry charge, they're kind of done. So we have a couple more units done here. They're more flavorful, but we just have barely touched the Aldmeri Dominion's next tier because we decided to stop right there at tier 1, just to sort of get the general idea ironed out for the Aldmeri Dominion as far as what their universal units are going to be. Again, for those of you that are fans of like the Royal Chosen and a more professional military higher tier units, that's going to be the Kingdom of Somerset route, whereas the Thalmor and a bunch of other units are going to take over for the Aldmeri Dominion. I will say this, is that yes, Valenwood and the and Palatine and Nekanal will be completely absorbed by you. Every settlement they own, every army, everything will be absorbed by you, a la the Reunited Kingdom. That is the whole point. And so yes, you will get a sudden economic boost from owning all those settlements, and you'll have a massive amount of armies to go at the Empire with. That is the point. It is literally easy mode the faction, because the alternative is one of the hardest campaigns in the game where you have to actively defend against a Thalmor invasion of the Somerset Isles with your high quality units that, while they are amazing, They do not replenish very quickly at all, and they are going to take forever to recruit. And that's something we could touch on with our second anniversary questions here. Is the final question that we had. We already sort of answered a question by Garwen Kazul. Is will the stats reflect the unit model shown? For example, if you see axes, it's armor piercing. Can you get the idea of a unit's armor stat by the type of armor it's wearing? Yes, you can. We've already sort of touched on that, where if a unit is armor piercing, it'll be obvious, and if they're high armor, we'll try to make it, especially if there's armor that is beloved in the game. I don't think you'll see any Ebony or Daedric units as far as like standard units, maybe on a hero unit or something, but we're not going to see like that level of armor. But there will be stuff like Nordic Steel Plate, Oblivion Guard armor, where it's the full plate with the beautiful helmet and everything. But the question that we'll handle for our friend Super Filet here is what are we going to do for them? Are we going to have multi-turn recruitment for most units?
Yes.
Are we going to have long replenishment times? Or are we going to go for the vanilla recruitment, which is usually 1 turn, and replenishment times are way shorter, like 3 to 4 turns? So that question is actually most pertinent for the Somerset Isles. So what we're going to do for most units is most tier 1 units are going to be 1-turn recruitment, and the stats are going to reflect that, especially for factions where, like Skyrim, where the point, Skyrim and the Stormcloaks, is the point is to pump out your trash as fast as you can and try to overwhelm the enemy. That's the idea, is for Skyrim, hey, get out your Hold Guard and Hold Archers and a couple units of Housecarls and try to overwhelm the Stormcloaks. Use the Imperial Legion to give you that edge in really big battles with Tullius. But the idea in general is to overwhelm them. Same thing with the Stormcloaks, is you don't have time for a quick, clean war. You need to butcher the enemy into submission, make them realize it's not worth it, and then fight your way to solitude using endless numbers of Stormcloaks, Unblooded, and Archers. Units like that are going to be 1-turn recruitment on purpose, and their replenishment rate is going to be like 6 or 7 turns. It's going to be on the lower end of recruitment replenishment rate. They're going to recharge relatively fast. And in addition, remember how I said certain buildings give you like 4 Stormcloaks. That's going to speed up the recruitment to that level. Like, for example, tier 1 units are going to take about 8 to 10 turns to replenish. For Skyrim and the Stormcloaks specifically, to sort of keep the pressure on as the player and the AI to facilitate the idea that Skyrim is actively at war, we're going to give them a slightly faster recruitment time by like layering the number of units you can have. And that, as a result of how the game's code works the math out for recruitment, will make the replenishment rate faster. The more you can recruit, the faster the replenishment rate. And so at max tier, you might get a unit of like trash Stormcloaks every 4 turns, maybe even every 3 turns. I don't know how the math will eventually work, but that's the end goal, is just pumping out constant tier 1, turn 1 recruitment stuff. And if you really invest in that, then you're going to have that often recruiting. The tier 2 units are usually going to take 2 to 3 turns depending on their power level and depending on your faction. For example, the clans of Blackmarsh are going to have reduced recruitment times as they level up. For example, your tier 2 might take 2 to 3 turns to recruit, but as you get higher and better and start defeating the great houses, you'll have like reduced to 1 turn for your tier 2, and then maybe a little bit of less replenishment rate. The Kingdom of Somerset. All of your units, at minimum, have a 2-turn recruit limit. We have to do this. We cannot give you Aldmeri Marksmen, Aldmeri Bulwarks, and Aldmeri Armsmen 1-turn recruitment, else the game is just going to break itself, because you won't murder everything, but nothing will be able to kill you. Nothing will be able to touch you. You start with a fully developed nation. We're talking Somerset as probably the most developed nation in all of Tamriel. Morrowind is gone. Vardenfell got blown up. And the Empire, look, you can say that you have Anvil and, Skingrad and all these other, and Coral. Look, Kvatch got burned to the ground. Bravil is Bravil, and Leowyn is infested with Khajiit and Argonians. It's not the most advanced civilization in the Elder Scrolls, even if Imperial City is Imperial City. Somerset Isles are completely isolated from the rest of the world, and they are fully developed, meaning you have your barracks in these settlements at least tier 1, if not tier 2. And a lot of your infrastructure is already done for you. That's the point of the Aldmeri Dominion. It is the easy mode campaign. It is literally, here's the most developed faction in the game, go. And you can make it hard, or you can keep it super simple. And so, even your tier 1 will be 2 turns of recruitment, and at least, and I'm putting my foot down on this, at least 12 turns to replenish a single unit of them. Because you're going to start with like 10 settlements at least. So you're going to have these long replenishment times because it takes a long time to train these elves to fight because they're the best. And so it's going to be at least 12 turns to recruit, and the lower tiers are going to take 2 turns. Now, like Sebastian and I have discussed, and it's my way of roping Sebastian back in because I've been yammering. If you take the Aldmeri Dominion option, hey, you've got vassals. Who cares if they die? So you're just going to be dragging them in by either threat of force or offer of payment.
Send in the Khajiit. Feline are expendable.
Who cares how many Khajiit die? They're Khajiit. They're not high elves. They are, like you said, they're expendable. And so if you get sick and tired of waiting so long for your armies to recruit and having like a single stack that can do work and maybe a couple garrison forces to hold what you've desperately been trying to claw at, well, hey, why don't you just click yes and absorb all 3 factions of the Aldmeri Dominion and instantly win the game? Like, that's the power fantasy here, is like, hey, click button, congratulations, game over, you win, but you still have to win. But it's that idea of the ultimate power fantasy of, it's like Sauron getting the One Ring. It's like nothing is ever going to beat that. You've already won the game. Enjoy painting the world your color because you win. And then, like I said, the Kingdom of Somerset is the challenge route. Sebastian, do you have anything to add now that I've talked myself hoarse about the choice here?
Not to add, but I will let you unhorseness your throat while I answer the second part of Super Fillet's second anniversary question. And it's a couple multiple questions, but so second question would be, do you have plans for the Orsimer? The answer to that question alone is absolutely yes. I love the orcs. I love Elder Scrolls orcs especially, so we have big plans for them. But I will continue on the rest of the question. Do you have plans for the Orsimer either as auxiliaries for the Empire or as their own faction? Definitely yes for their own faction. And as for auxiliaries for the Empire, it's something that we're going to concept, and we're going to find out the most balanced way to do that. Whether that's recruitment after conquering a certain place, or whether it's recruitment, just very, very limited, once in a while recruitment of an auxiliary unit. It's on the table for us because that's how we want to do minor factions. We don't want to be able to just recruit endless stacks of Rimmon or Maurmer. We're not completely removing Maurmer from the game yet. It's TBD. But it's the thing of auxiliaries in minor factions. We don't want you to have full stacks of Dawn Guard, Knightly Orders, Fighters Guild, Maurmer, Rimmon, and have them be better than the typical units. We want it to be balanced, and we want the auxiliaries to be rare, like they should be for the lore, and appear in ways that are respectful to how the actual mechanics of the universe work. So, do we have plans for the Orsimer as auxiliaries for the Empire? Potentially. Overwhelmingly, as someone who is, who likes the lore and would want to do stuff like that, ideally, yeah. Ideally, we'll have 1 or 2 units of Imperial Red Guards, Imperial Nords, Imperial Orcs, just to see what that's like. Second question, do you have plans for the Orsimer as their own faction?
Yes.
We do, in fact. I'm so glad that someone was there to ask this question to crack this door open.
We get to talk about a 4th faction! This video isn't long enough. I'm glad we get to pad this video out some more.
That's true, but thankfully we don't have to go through the whole doc yet because we're not obligated to, so we can just go, yes, here's the plan. The orcs of the 3rd and 4th era are very different. The orcs in the 3rd era are going to be the orcs primarily of Orsinium. We've discussed potentially still having the strongholds exist as they do in Skyrim, because it wouldn't make sense for the strongholds to just not exist during Morrowind, but we're debating it. We're debating just keeping Orsinium and the other bordering territories as the 3rd era option. But since we're focusing on the 4th era, we've been mostly focused on the 4th era, and that's in the cultural schism between Trinimac worshipping orcs in Orsinium, and Malakath worshipping orcs who you find in strongholds in Skyrim. So either way, orcs are a huge forge-based culture. You're never gonna play an orc playthrough that doesn't have to do with kitting out your orcs to the max with armor and stuff like that. But Trinimac versus Malakath, it's going to be kind of a different experience. Trinimac is going to be kind of King Gortwog and his son's idea that Trinimac wanted to lead you to glory, so you're trying to become a respected power, a genuine kingdom, and withstand, foreign invasion. The Malakath section, it's the idea that maybe Malakath, whenever Orsinium gets built and it gets destroyed or taken or falls, it's because Malakath wants you to be spurned. He wants you to only have your women work the forges and have your men fight and die in this like tribalistic combative culture. So the Malakath, the Daedra worshipping option, is you're more like the stronghold orcs. You're the kind of I killed my father for ruling this stronghold, as is my right kind of system. And so that's our way of bridging the gap between the old lore orcs and the new lore orcs, and different boons and different kind of bonuses that are going to come with Trinimac versus Malakath. In the very rough stages of things that I'll briefly bring up because it's so conceptual.
Oh, I'll go into detail about it because I want to do this.
Yes, go for it. Go for it. When I'll bring it up, but
no, you bring it up, but I'll expand because I know you're tentative on it. But I'm full send it because this is one of my favorite features, and that's beautiful because it's about the orcs, a faction I really don't care about, and this other group, a faction I really don't care about, and I get to make them both interesting to me.
But I adore them. So Nerd. For the Malakath section in worshipping the Daedra, we think about, well, you worship a god of the spurned and the outcasted, and other spurned outcasts who accept orcs in their ranks of the Forsworn. So in the Malakath section, you might actually ally with the Forsworn, embed them in your armies, use them, and kind of form an orc Forsworn alliance with the promise of taking back Markarth under this new kind of Reach kingdom with, worshipping Hircine and Namira and all of these ancient totem spirits that the Forsworn worship. Or you might worship Trinimac and make an alliance with the ousted Reachmen who did not become Forsworn and want to be the kingdom of the Reach folk, as in the idea of Markarth before Ulfric took it over. Sort of interesting Breto Nords who wear kind of chainmail and like helmets with face masks on them and antlers. This kind of idea of an almost alternate history of what if the Celtic peoples, like the Welsh the Welsh are Brythonics, but like the Brythonic Celts or the Gaels or these kind of Celtic peoples before the Anglo invasion and the Saxon invasion actually got to develop into their own higher technology medieval cultures. So you can play the Malakath orcs and the kind of tribalized feral Forsworn, or you can play the more noble Trinimac. Oh, did I say Trinimac for the evil ones? I mean the Malakath orcs and the Forsworn who are scattered and tribalized as a sort of like Urukai / mountain goblins kind of thing.
No, or you can you've got that wrong. It's Angmar. Say the line, Sebastian.
Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right. I have stone and iron to build for Angmar.
Says it every time I say the word Angmar, and I can't get over it.
That's for all my Battle for Middle-earth 2 friends. Their souls to our bodies. Or you can play the Trinimac path of wanting to civilize and strengthen the orcs with your, with your industry and try to become the kind of heroic race that Trinimac wanted you to be when he was an elf, and kind of pursue this noble idea alongside Reachmen who haven't descended into barbarism, who want to do the same thing, who want to reascend and be like, hey, no, we don't have to butcher Nord women and children. We believe that we are indigenous to the kingdom of the Reach, and we want to own it, and we want to civilize Markarth the way that we did before. So it's a great thing of kind of how do you view the orcs? Do you view them as slaves to Malakath who are going to be perpetually stuck in the cycle of worshipping this Daedra who's their father, or a complex race who have worshipped Malakath but might have the ability to break off his yoke and try to be better like they were in Daggerfall? So that's another very fun option for us. And also for Rue, our Irish friend, I love the option of, especially someone who loves Irish history too, I love the option of playing the Forsworn and seeing the Forsworn realized, or playing the more noble Reach folk kingdom and actually having that kind of idealized version of the Reach come to life in some sort of way.
And so from my perspective, who I am outspoken in this, and all of you orc fans, which there are a lot of you for some reason, that love having daddy kick you in the ribs and asking for a kick in the jaw next time.
You're a weakling.
For all of you sister marriers and father and brother murderers, and then of course all of you stupid reach men out in the wilds of Western Skyrim who do way too much damage, and you stupid people who replace your heart with a fruit, I'm giving you a faction. I'm letting you either continue in your pessimistic, self-hating ways of every time we try to do something, everybody hates us and we don't know why. Now I'm going to go butcher 9 children. I'm giving you the option to continue butchering children as the orcs, the orc tribe of Orsinium, with Malakath ruling over you as his favorite bastards, and taking the Forsworn and going off and marauding and butchering and killing and murdering and being awful, horrible people. Or, like he said, allowing you to turn your back on your abusive father and build up larger cities and reestablish the Kingdom of the Reach and kind of bring justice to the ousted people who the Nords treated very badly. I admit they treated you very poorly, and you deserve to have some of your land back. You deserve to have some of your autonomy. And perhaps if you were to take that more tribal route, you get more brutal units, higher in the attack, lower in the defense, great charge units, units that might be able to give the Stormcloaks a run for their money on the high end, and some brutal magic at the low tier that just immolates your foes. Or the Kingdom of the Reach gets reestablished and you get maybe some cavalry, maybe some interesting archers, maybe a ranger unit with better range than any other archer in your quarter of the world, maybe some pikemen. Maybe some
I was going to say, maybe you're civilized enough to get pikemen now.
Maybe some pike units that are actually really good pike units. Maybe some really heavy orc infantry in full orcish plate armor that make housecarls look like they're wearing tinfoil. You know, it's I've never played Hearts of Iron, but I feel like we're making a Hearts of Iron focus tree for the idea of Orsinium, where we have this very clear, hey, either barbaric, butcher, slaughter, you're not very powerful. It's literally Northern Dunedain before you accept the Reunited Kingdom or the Kingdom of Arnor. It's like your building options are limited, but your units are very solid, and if you continue to... Actually, it's more like Lithuania. I've discussed this before. It's like Lithuania, where you build different temples.
Yes.
It's more like Lithuania. You build different temples, and you get different units, and they're very potent. You get like mammoths as well, like monster units. And so it's a very fun, very punchy, very sort of like ripping down. It's a lot like 40k orcs, where you're the butt of the joke, but the joke isn't that funny to your enemies. So you tear the enemy down because they're weaker than you, or you form this special nation where every Reachman fan and every person who curses Ulfric for the Markarth incident gets to have their justice, and they get to sit back and say, look, I was right. I helped redeem the orcs, and now I have a new Orsinium that's not going to get pillaged because the men of the Reach are on my side, and they're going to stand with me. And the High King of Skyrim and the Duke of Wayrest has told us that he recognizes our right to rule ourselves because we're not just pelt-wearing barbarians. We are actually a nation state, and we can do something because we're not orcs.
The Duke of Wayrest would sign off on anything if you put it on his desk. He's like, sure. Will give me money? Sure, dude. Whatever.
Yeah, it's like, hey, these Reach barbarians are now actual peoples. Oh, and they're willing to help me against that. Great. The sign on the dotted line.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's our plan. And honestly, again, all my joking and all my prodding aside, look, my first ever race in the Elder Scrolls was an orc before I knew better. I'm kidding. But like the idea is, look, I do like the orcs. I do like the Men of the Reach. I think it's a rather interesting storyline. It's just not one that I'm particularly interested in. And that is why Sebastian has helped bring me around on it. And like we said, our friend Rue, who is an Irish individual, and his love of his country's history is great. And that's why he loves the Men of the Reach, because they're sort of kind of possibly based on Celts. But that's the deal, is that I get to, as the person in this position of special privilege and authority, I get to give you guys, the Orc and Reachman fans, exactly what you guys have always wanted. A chance to make your dreams a reality of reforming the nation, or just, being an absolute menace, like you always have been and continue to be. So
Yamars was a weakling.
Without anything else, Sebastian, after 4 hours, I think we're good. I think that's everything. I think we're fully done.
I think we've done it. I think we've meditated enough on our 36 sermons, and I think we're I think we've explained enough to the good people what it exactly is that they can expect. Lizards next. No, I'm kidding.
No, we're not doing Black Marsh tonight. Maybe if I'm feeling peckish later. But I will say this, folks. Folks, there was a rather pertinent question. It's a very fair question. Has this project gone beyond the concept stage? And if I'm being completely honest, I'll answer it again. No. This is all we have. This is what we have. However, if you'll look at the side page here, there are 132 pages to this document. Combined with the Empire of Cyrodiil and all the work on these 4 factions, that is less than half of the work that has gone into this project. It has taken us a combined total of over 6.5 hours to talk through less than half of the work. So, thank you for listening. There's plenty more to talk about, plenty more to reveal. And we look forward to telling you more. And Sebastian, I did kind of cut you off, so please continue your thought from before.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it means a lot that you guys stick around and join us and are interested in the project, and hopefully we can get it, rolling even more than now. We've got this huge document compiled for all the stuff that we can implement, and it looks to be something that, if we can get off the ground, is going to be amazing for the Elder Scrolls community, because the Elder Scrolls has brought so many of us together, and it's like I love it till I die, and I'm going to continue to love it, whether it's through working on this or just actually playing the games. It'll be fantastic. Also, Rick, I didn't know that I think you've told me this, but I didn't know your first character was an orc. Like, I forgot. Mine was, my first character was a Bosmer Archer. I was trying to be Legolas in Skyrim. So I picked a Bosmer. There's a really weird playthrough.
Ratanok Stonehammer, hero of all true Nords, and the savior of Skyrim from the tyranny of the Empire. I still have a screenshot of him sitting on the throne in the Hall of Kings at 2 a.m. because Ulfric was sleeping, and I decided to sit in Daddy's chair.
That Bosmer is like somewhere on my like my Xbox 360. Like, he's lost to the data.
I've got my old save on my Xbox One before I downloaded a mod that added Darth Vader's armor and a bunch of lightsabers to the game that inevitably corrupted the save file after about 2 weeks. And I did it 6 times.
Perfect.
Because I never got sick of playing Darth Vader and joining the Empire of Cyrodiil and going around butchering Stormcloaks, going dun 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 dun.
I think that's the perfect way to end this. Skyrim modders, we love you. Thank you for keeping this going.
And hey, fun thing, I told you guys that we are best friends outside this project and that this is a passion for us, but we are friends. Last little thing we'll talk about is that Sebastian and I have gone through the arduous process of modding Skyrim, and we both have our modded copies of Skyrim. They're identical. We are in the final stages of getting Skyrim together, and so Sebastian and I, for the very first time, will play Skyrim together. And so if you are interested in seeing that, if you see us in the server, in the voice chat, and the little tag on the voice chat says Skyrim together, drop in, ask us questions about the project. We'll be role playing as our own characters. We'll be having some fun. It'll be a fun, chill, relaxed way to get to know us a little better. We won't be recording this or posting it online, but it'll be a fun way for you to drop in and say, hey, we like the project. I have some questions. Do you have anything about this? That is a perfect way to end this. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Thank you for your interest in the project. Sebastian, 235 people. Holy
235.
Holy mother of shore.
And among all of you, seen any elves?
Oh, wait, I forgot to hit record. Drovis!